right. And ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome to the 2021 NCTA Spring Online Championships. To start us off with our opening ceremonies, I introduce President Dan Chuang.
Hello, everyone. It's so good to see so many people participating in this event today. I'm so excited to see all of you on the screens today and all of your passion for your martial arts, all of your passion for Taekwondo coming out through your performances. I just did want to say, how pleased I am that this is the fourth event, the fourth online live event that NCTA has hosted during the pandemic. And I'm just incredibly proud of the many volunteers, referees, and parents and athletes and coaches who really make these events possible. This is the largest event of the four events that we've hosted, so it's record-breaking for us. I think we're at over 260 competitors, which is fantastic. And the logistics involved with hosting four simultaneous rooms with competitions and all of the referees and all of the volunteers. We have over 40 staff from all over the world, as far as Iran and Canada and various parts of the United States. Logging in today to make this event happen, and the amount of coordination that has to go on. I'm really in awe of it. I think in the beginning I was much more hands-on with planning these events, and now I can't even fathom the complexity. It's really my staff who's gone on to do amazing things during this period. So just kudos to them for putting together and increasing the quality and caliber of the event over these four tournaments. I'm sure you'll see today will be even better than past events. I know that many of you are in different places right now than maybe at the start of the pandemic. At the beginning, we were very uncertain. We didn't know when we would be able to come online to live tournaments again, and we're starting to see those live events coming back. I know USA Taekwondo is hosting their first live sparring event this weekend with the team trials, and AAU has been coming online with live events as well. Certainly in the collegiate world, we have to be a little more conservative. There's a lot of other factors, but I am, just very, very pleased to see how the collegiate programs and parents of young junior, youth, cadet, and junior athletes have really persevered during this time, really attacking these online competitions with a lot of competitive energy and drive, and just not letting ourselves stop for 1 second. I know that on the organizational side, that's been true. I know parents, I see how many of you are all logging in each weekend to a different tournament, and doing all the hard work that comes with recording. And the college students, as a college coach myself, I have to really commend you all. We're almost all the way through our school year, and I know how challenging it's been. Some of you have been off campus, some of you have been on campus, some of you have been both, right? And trying to hold your clubs together across different modalities. And I know, especially at a young age, how much work and stress that can be. So any of you who made it to this point where you're competing on a national event, a national championship event at the end of a long school year, I really have to commend you. And we have some huge programs here. People bring 20, 30 athletes to this event. And I know how much work that represents. So thank you for that. One of the fun new things that we're innovating this time is the live kicking challenge event. This is something that was a few other events have done, and particularly the Pac West and the ACADA leagues have pioneered this format in different ways. So we're trying our own spin on it today, and I really hope that you all have fun with it. I know the collegiate competitors, there's huge participation in this event. If it's something that goes well, maybe this is something that we can continue to add to some of these online events as we continue to hold them, maybe in conjunction with some live in-person events next year. I did want to also just thank, in addition to the tournament committee, who's really put together this suite of software. William SD has done a fantastic job with this and other tournaments this year, just building this software infrastructure out. And the leadership of our tournament committee chair, Tara Sarathi, has just done an amazing job putting together a team and really laying out the requirements for the online tournament. So just wanted to say thank you to that. Jamie Schulte, our referee co-chair for NCTA, has continued to just materialize and assemble a world-class team of referees. And we have referees from all around the world, international referees, people who've been refereeing at the very highest levels of the sport are here, at this event to support and to give our athletes a world-class experience. So that's just fantastic to see. And then, among the athletes too, thank you to the support of the coaches. On the junior youth cadet side, I know that we have, world champions in the group, world medalists in the group, in addition to people who are maybe getting started at their first competition. So just a great mix of athletes. And on the college side, again, as I mentioned before, we're seeing athletes who, this is their second, third, fourth competition of the year too, and they're working really hard in addition to pursuing full-time courses or half time or more studies, courses of study. And I know how hard that is to balance. I remember it. I see it every day in my athletes that they're trying to do this full course load, staying up till 2, 3 in the morning, getting the work done, and still running a club, still competing, still training hard for competition. So just kudos to all of you. I know that the Summer World University Games, a lot of us were really looking forward to that selection process, and unfortunately, that event was postponed until next year. But it is being planned for Chengdu, China, in 2022, and so that is a fantastic event in the sense that we may have 2 Summer World University Games in consecutive years. So that's the first time that I've ever seen that possibility. And that could be a fantastic opportunity when we come back, when everyone's training is ramped up, when we have our training back in line, then we can really pursue the higher density of opportunities. So there's a little silver lining there. I did want to introduce our team. We have a Vice President, Sung Kim, who's just been completely instrumental in marketing our events, providing a strong presence online. William SD is someone that he is on his staff, and he's just been a fantastic leader for Taekwondo during this pandemic, both for dojongs as well as Collegiate Taekwondo. So thank you, sir. And we also have our referee chair, Master Jamie Schulte, who I've already sung his praises, but he's just someone who's been a constant in my life, in my Taekwondo life for the past decade, and just been a great leader for Collegiate Taekwondo in the Eastern Collegiate Taekwondo Conference, but of course here in the NCTA as well. We have our tournament committee chair, Tara Sarathi. We have our tournament, we have our treasurer general, I'm sorry, Miyahu Yerrick, who's also on our tournament committee, and she'll be speaking to those rules today, but she's really done a lot to get our governance all set, and we're ready to go for the next X number of years, really pursuing what we need to do. And finally, we have Tara Sarathi, who's just, the number of hours and late nights that she's put into making these events, not just these events, but Eastern Collegiate Taekwondo Conference events. She's been a giant for Collegiate Taekwondo during this time, and really through her determination has just willed a lot of things to happen. So thank you so much. I'm going to hand it off to Master Jamie Schulte, who's going to go over some of the rules, maybe a slightly different for this tournament, and also answer any questions you might have. Feel free to type them in the chat and in the YouTube chat, and we'll answer them as we can. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day of competition. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, President Truong. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, so as you were mentioning, sir, we do have a great team of judges today, and including 11 international referees representing the United States, Iran, Canada. So a great team. They're very excited to be part of this live championships, and we're looking forward to the Poomsae and kicking. Nice day of action. So for the Poomsae competition, just a few notes. The regular World Taekwondo rules apply. A few modifications for this format, right? So not everyone has a normal amount of space like you would have in a competition ring. So everyone will just start on their mark. There's no marching in or out. So that's a little different. So just be ready on your starting place. There are deductions for a couple of things that are different. If you're outside of the camera's frame and the judges cannot see you, that's a 0.1 deduction. So stay in the frame of the camera. You can stop and reposition and continue your Poomsae with no penalty. So if you're coming to a wall in your room, for example, you can move. That's okay. Let's see. For the kicking challenge, a couple of things there. So it's a timed 30-second round. So the judge will say Shijak, and the timer will start. And at the end, just like a sparring round, the referee will say Kuman. So during that 30 seconds, you're performing the required elements. You're demonstrating that good technique and movement. It is okay to communicate with your holder. If you need something to be changed, raise the target, something like that. Deductions are listed in the tournament packet. I won't go through all of those, but it's for things like missing the target or falling down or extra motion going out of the camera's view. So just keep it, clean, connected, and dynamic, and you'll get that good score in presentation, I think. It's not necessary for Poomsae or the kicking competition to have correct, complete Taekwondo uniforms, so athletic clothes are allowed. You can wear shoes outdoors if you need to. It is okay to wear a mask. And then I guess kind of a last note, if there's a significant interruption of the video, we may ask you to perform again. But otherwise, we should be good today. But there's no penalty if you need to repeat. So yeah, I want to say good luck to everyone and have some fun. It's going to be a great day. And here I'll hand it over to our NCTA treasurer, Miyako Yerrick, for some additional reminders about our competition.
Hi, everyone. So hopefully you've been able to take a look at some of our past tournaments. They are all on our YouTube channel. So if this is your first time and your division has some time, maybe go back and check just to see how the tournament flow goes. So some reminders, if it is your first time, make sure that your video and mic are off on mute until you are on deck. And then you can turn your video on. And then once you're about to go, turn your mic on. While you're doing that, you're probably watching the YouTube to make sure what's going on. Once you're on and your mic is on, please make sure that the YouTube is muted because it does give a lot of feedback sounds and it's slightly delayed. So we get that feedback, which doesn't help. So make sure you pause or mute the YouTube when you are unmuting yourself in the Zoom room. When you are logging into the Zoom room, please change your name to your competitor name. If there are multiple competitors, try and list them. If it's a lot, put your school name and make sure that you're in touch with the tournament committee to make sure that we know who we're letting in if you do have multiple people for each Zoom room. For this tournament, we are not allowing any virtual backgrounds or effects because it does distort the image and the referees are trying to give you the most accurate score possible. So make sure that you have all of those effects turned off. Like Master Schulte mentioned, we are allowing you to readjust yourself to stay in frame. There is, I believe, a small deduction if you go out of frame. So make sure that if you haven't practiced it in your space, do it now. Make sure that you fit, you don't go outside. And that goes for both Poomsae and sparring. So if you're competing in the sparring division, make sure that you practice with your holder so that as you're moving side to side doing your combinations, you stay completely in the screen. And you will not be penalized if you are asked to restart due to technical difficulties. We understand there are glitches. I know my Wi-Fi pauses a lot, so make sure that everybody else in your household is turning off devices if possible while you are competing. So if your parents or family, friends, have them pause whatever they're doing just for the few minutes that you're competing so that we give you the best chance to have a clean run at a high frame rate. And we are going to show the athlete order at the beginning of each division. We ask that you take a picture of that order so that you know when you will be going, especially in some of the larger divisions, which we have this time. So each time the division is about to start, you can either take a picture of the Zoom screen that you're in or on the YouTube channel. You can always go back on the YouTube channel to see that order again, but we find it's easiest to just take a picture of it so you know what number you are in the athlete list. And then finally, please stay in the Zoom room until the end of the division so that we can see the results announced. And then once the results have been announced, then we ask that you leave the Zoom room. There are multiple rings today going on simultaneously, so make sure that you're tracking the schedule very carefully so that you're logging into the correct Zoom room and link throughout the day as the divisions progress through, some of them prelims all the way through finals. And I'm just very excited and hope we have a great day.
All right. Right, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in for the opening ceremonies. We will be getting started in all of our rings shortly. The athletes should be reporting very soon to their rings in about 5 minutes for the first division. You can see each live stream will come live right now for rings 2, 3, and 4. You can find the links to those rings for your viewing right in the bottom of the description and all the information on the tournament website. Thank you so much for tuning in and enjoy the tournament.
All right, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is Ring 1, and we will be kicking things off with the Male Youth Black Belt Poomsae Semifinals. Thanks again to everyone for joining today, all athletes, coaches, referees, judges, TC, members, family members, friends, everyone who's joining to watch today. We would like to start off with introducing our wonderful judges who will be scoring all the Poomsae and kicking challenges today. So if our judges can turn their cameras on and get ready to be introduced, that would be wonderful. Just going to start some things off. Just sharing everybody's faces and names. I think we have everyone all set and on camera. All right, I'm just going to go in order on my screen, going from top to bottom. So first we have Mark Georgianis. Good morning, sir. And we have Stephanie Imhoff. Good morning, ma'am. And we have Alice DePace. Good morning, ma'am. Keshav Grushankar. Good morning, sir. Nicholas Diaz. Good morning, sir. And we have Elva Adams. Good morning, ma'am. All right, we are not seeing everybody. I just realized that our screen share is still going on. Sorry, I'm going to go through the names one more time. I think all of our cameras should be working. Except that one of our judges, our camera's not working, but I'll go once again in order. So we have Mark Georgianis, Stephanie Imhoff, Alice DePace, Keshav Grushankar, Nicholas Diaz, and Elva Adams. And we also have Johnny Hinrichs as our judge. He's having a few difficulties getting the camera going, but I will definitely be introducing everyone several times throughout the day with some fun facts and from where everybody's from and everything. So these are your judges for today, athletes. So thank you once again to all of our wonderful judges, referees for joining from all over the world to participate in these NCTA championships. Thank you, judges. And we will be moving on to our competition. All right, so once again, we will be going through some technical points that Miyako shared with us earlier today in the opening ceremonies. So below are a few reminders for all the athletes as we go through the tournament today. So first, please make sure to turn off your Zoom and your Zoom video and microphone until you are called on deck. And if everyone could set your Zoom name to your competitor name, or if there are multiple athletes signing on one device, your competitor names, all of them listed as the Zoom name, that would be wonderful. Please make sure to have no virtual backgrounds or effects going on for your Zoom camera so that the judges can see everything clearly and that none of those virtual backgrounds or effects will hinder your performance. And make sure to stay in your video frame during your performance. Your entire body should be in frame for the whole Poomsae, or otherwise there may be some minor deductions. Number 5, so restarting due to any technical difficulties like connection issues, videos glitching and whatnot will not be penalized, but we may ask you to restart if anything is hard to see in that case, but nothing will be penalized if you are asked to restart due to technical difficulties. Please make sure to turn any other internet-enabled devices that you may have going on in the background so that you have a strong connection and that everything can be focused on the Zoom connection so that you can have all this no glitching and whatnot going on as you perform. And please make sure to stay in the Zoom meeting until the round results are announced. And lastly, after the round results are announced, please leave the room and don't just stay on so that we can make sure to switch to the next divisions and matches accordingly. Okay, and we will now move on to the call order, I believe. Yes, we are for the male youth black belt Poomsae semifinals. And just as a note for the athletes who are already in the Zoom room right now, if you could take a moment to maybe screenshot or take a photo with your phone or whatnot of this call order, that would be great, so that you know which order number you will be when you will be going in this division. So we have first up will be Collegiate, followed by Logan Silva. But we may also have some what's it called? Conflicts with other rings. So there may be some shuffling needing to go on. So just wanted to make sure to note that to share before we go in. Okay, and I think we are all ready. Judges are ready to go. Kiko's ready and also getting his camera prepared. Great. So we will now start the division off with Kiko Desadier.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로 쇼.
All right, that was Kekoa going first to kick off this division for the male youth black belt Poomsae semifinals. All right, so we have many athletes from all over basically North America going to perform, and we have Poomsae going first. So there is going to be athletes performing what is called Taekuk Sajang or Taekuk 4, as we can see on the screen. For anyone who is joining in for the first time to watch all this, I'll be explaining some fun facts about Taekwondo in general and also about the athletes. So going first, we have accuracy score 1.70 and presentation score 3.20 for a total of 4.90 for Kekoa, our first competitor. Great job, and thanks for kicking things off. All right, we'll be moving on right after this to our next competitor. Let's see if Logan is ready to go. Yes, he is. All right, Logan is up next.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로 쇼.
All right, that was our second competitor for this division, Logan Alexander Silva. So for those of you who are watching this tournament or a Taekwondo tournament, perhaps for the very first time, once again, this is Poomsae tournament. And just to clarify, what is Poomsae? So Poomsae is a series of movements with attacks and blocks against imaginary opponents. And these will all be a set of choreographed movements that are already predetermined, and athletes will be performing the same movements for each of these Poomsaes. And Poomsae is divided into accuracy and presentation for scoring. And accuracy is determined out of total of 4 points, and presentation is determined out of a total of 6 points. And there are 3 categories for presentation with worth 2 points each. We'll be talking a little bit more about that as the day goes on so that everyone can get familiar with what Poomsae or how Poomsae is scored, and also how the judges are scoring these in the background as well. Everything is being scored live. And as the athletes are performing their Poomsae, judges are inputting everything live as they go. So Logan, as we see, has an accuracy score of 2.90 and presentation score of 3.97 for a total of 6.87. Great job, Logan. All right, up next, we have our third competitor, Nolan Mayer.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. and 바로 숍.
All right, that was Nolan Mayer from US Tigers as our third competitor of the day. So moving on with a little bit more of what is Poomsae, and sharing a little bit of fun facts about our lovely foundational movement of Taekwondo. So a little bit more of mechanics of scoring. So Poomsae is again scored by accuracy, and it is scored live as the athletes are performing their Poomsae, and there are major deductions of 0.3 points and minor deductions of 0.1 points, depending on whether athletes are executing the correct moves at the correct timing. And the judges are scoring these very quickly, so we're moving right along with the scoring. Nolan's accuracy score has come out to 2.80, presentation score of 3.80 for a total of 6.60. And we can see now that Nolan has come into second place as of now. So let's see the standings. Currently, we have 3 competitors who have gone, and first place is Logan, second place Nolan, and third place is Kiko at the moment. Still have many competitors coming up. So moving right along, we next have Ethan So.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로
All right, that was Ethan So from US Taekwondo Center Aurora. We have, as we can see, many athletes from all over the country competing today. And we already have Ethan's accuracy score coming in at 2.90. So as again, judges are scoring these poomsaes live as athletes are performing. And Ethan's presentation score has come out to 4.07 for a total of 6.97. And his standing is currently first place. Right, quick look at the athlete standings as we have of now for the current list of 4 competitors who've already performed today. Ethan So has moved into first place with this 6.97 score. Great job to all the athletes so far. All right, and we will move right along to our 5th competitor. Aryan Mitra is ready. Yes, he is. All right, Aryan, take it away.
예. 준비. 시작. 바로 숍.
All right, that was our next competitor was Aryan Mitra from Tiger Kicks. All right, moving right along with our Pooms fun facts about Poomsae commentary for anybody who's joining here for the first time. So the accuracy score we talked about, a presentation score. How is it scored? So there are 3 categories worth 2 points each for a total of 6 points possible. And these 3 categories are power and speed, rhythm and flow, and expression of ki or spirit. So these are a little bit more subjective than the accuracy score, which is very much predetermined and has very already basic outlines for judges to score, and it's more deduction based, but presentation score can be a little bit more depending on different styles for athletes to perform and express themselves through these movements in their poomsae. So for example, for those of you who are watching for the first time, you notice that the athletes are making a loud sound or a shout at the end of their poomsae, which is called a key up. And Aryan's accuracy score has come into a 2.63 with presentation scores 3.80 for a total of 6.43, and he is currently in 4th place. Okay, we can take a look at the standings. And as we see, first place still Ethan So, second place Logan, third place is Nolan, and fourth place Aryan, fifth place Keko at the moment. All right, let's move on to our next competitor, Kobe Lokfian Fung.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로
All right, and that was Kobe from Doyoung Yuli. I cannot pronounce this in one go. USA Poomsae team. I apologize for butchering all these names. All right, Kobe is, and I get to share some fun facts about athletes as the day goes on for anybody who has been able to fill out the athlete survey that was sent out earlier by our tournament committee. So just as a reminder, and I will be reminding people as the day goes on, please fill out that survey if you can, so that I can share fun facts about you as you perform your Poomsae and as the day goes on. All right, and Kobe's accuracy score has come out to a 3.00 with a presentation score of 4.10 for a total of 7.10. He's currently come into first place. All right, let's take a quick look at the standings once again before we move on to our next athlete. So Kobe has shot up into first place with his final score of 7.10. Second place is Ethan, third place Logan, fourth place Nolan, fifth place Ariane, and sixth place Kikoas. Great job so far to our athletes. All right, and we will move on to our next athlete, David Gill.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷.
All right, and that was David from US Tigers Taekwondo. One thing that I am looking forward to throughout this entire through this tournament is seeing all these different dojongs and locations that the athletes are performing from, and especially during these quarantine or remote learning and remote competing times. It's really wonderful to see athletes from all over the country in different areas working with their coaches and their teams to figure out the best way for them to continue training. All right, great job, David, with an accuracy score of 3.03 and a presentation score of 4.13 for a total of 7.17. He is currently coming in at first place. All right, and then a quick look at the standings before we move on to our next competitor. So first place, we have David Gill, second place, Kobe, and third place, Ethan. And we will be updating the standings with our remaining athletes. Just a few more to go. Great job to everyone so far. And next up, we have Legion Doomlag on deck.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷.
All right, that was Legion from Folsom Taekwondo Center. Legion, I get to share some fun facts about Legion now. So Collegiate was some interesting facts about Collegiate as he responded in the athlete survey. He said he was born in the Philippines and he started Taekwondo at the age of 6. That's really awesome. And he is ambidextrous. Dexterous, I can't say that word, ambidextrous. So that is really cool. And he's fun memories from Taekwondo is learning color belt forms and joining tournaments as he is doing right now. Great job to Legion for his accuracy score of 2.47, presentation score of 3.53 for a total of 6.00. His standing is currently at 7th place. All right, a quick look at the current standings before we move on to our next competitor. And next we have Ethan Chen.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, that was Ethan Chen from Team Forge. Ethan, I get to share some fun facts about Ethan as well. Is attending Founders Classical Academy in his class of 2028. Wow, as 2028 seems like such a far, so into the future. That's really cool. And Ethan says his favorite and least favorite classes in school are math and then history. All right, Ethan's accuracy score has come into 2.83 with the presentation score of 3.67, a total of 6.50, and is currently at 6th place. Right, and a quick look at our standings as our athletes are going on very smoothly with their call order. And we in first place right now, we have David, second place Kobe, and third place Ethan. Okay, moving on to our next competitor is Aiden Decalongon, sorry.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Aiden from Team ATMA. Aiden is currently attending Riley Elementary School, and he's in 4th grade. He has shared a lot of fun facts about himself. So let's see where I can start. An interesting fact about Aiden is that he started Taekwondo when he was 4 years old, just a little baby, great. And his favorite food is Japanese ramen noodles. And he likes listening to Justin Bieber songs and to pop music. I love listening to pop music as well. And I love ramen noodles for sure. Let's see, some fun memories that Aiden has about Taekwondo is winning triple gold for Poomsae sparring and board breaking in the 2019 USAT National Championships in Minnesota. So a seasoned competitor we see here. That's awesome. And the fact that the national championships back then must have been in person brings some nostalgia for all of us here, I'm sure. Hopefully that will be held some days, one day sooner for all of us. But for now, we are really giving it our best online, and each of the athletes are really giving it their best to perform through the camera. We're still waiting for the presentation score, I believe. Hopefully it's not any technical issues. No, we're all good. Just the judges are busily giving their scores for Aiden. So I will move along with more fun facts. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right. So we'll hold off on the fun facts for Aiden. And his presentation score is 4.23 for a total of 7.40. And currently in first place. All right, a quick look at the standings once again. So in first place, we have Aiden, second place, David, and third place, Kobe. Great job to all of our athletes for giving smooth performances so far. Moving on to our next athlete is Colin.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, that was Colin Braithwaite from World Martial Arts. Colin attends Tab Elementary School in Yorktown, Virginia, and he is currently in 5th grade. Colin says his favorite, favorite subject in school is he loves all subjects, but especially science. So we have a future scientist on the in the making, I'm sure. And he enjoys reading and watching soccer, or maybe playing soccer. It just says soccer as his hobby. That's great. And he loves reading Harry Potter. Glad to hear that Harry Potter is still popular among elementary school kids. I actually was, I think, in elementary school when Harry Potter first came out. So that kind of gives away a little bit my age. But anyway, moving right along as Colin's accuracy scores coming in at 2.50. And as we await his presentation score, a few more fun facts. So Colin says, as a military kid that moves around a lot, I usually make my first friends at my new dojang. And I have TKD Taekwondo friends in 3 states, and we still keep in touch and visit each other. That is such a touching story, and I can definitely relate that Taekwondo is one of the best ways to make new friends for me as well. So great job to Colin. His presentation score is 3.57 and his total score is 6.07 with standings at 9th place. All right, let's take a quick look at our athletes' standings once again. So we still have first place is Aiden, second place David, third place Kobe, fourth place Ethan, fifth place Logan, sixth place Nolan, seventh place Ethan, eighth place Arya, ninth place Colin, and 10th place Legion, and 11th place Kakoa. So that's a lot of our athletes who have gone so far. And we will now like to move to our next competitor, Jaden Young.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Jaden Young from Just Taekwondo, who is actually our last competitor for this, for the male youth black belt Poomsae semifinals. So we have had all 12 athletes compete and perform their Poomsae for this division for semifinals. All right, and Jaden's accuracy score is coming in at 3.13. And just as some background information for this tournament, for the semifinals, the top 8 competitors will be moving on to the finals. And for finals, our athletes will be performing Taeguk 7. So our athletes have been performing Taeguk 4 for this for the semifinals so far. And they will be performing a different Poomsae when they move on to finals. So that is something to look out for. Sorry, I have just been informed and reminded that in finals, athletes will be performing 2 Poomsaes. I apologize for that mistake. So it'll be Taekwondo 7 and Choreo, which is something really fun to look out for those athletes who are moving on to the finals. Okay, and let's see if I can, okay, all right. And Jaden's presentation score has also come in at 4.33 for a total of 7.47. And his standing is currently at first place. So let's take a look at the final standings for the semifinals. So we have first place, Jaden Young, second place, Aiden DeColangan, third place, David Gill, fourth place, Kobe Lok Yun Fang, fifth place, Ethan So, sixth place, Logan Alexander Silval, seventh place, Nolan Meyer, and eighth place, Ethan Chen. So these 8 athletes will be moving on to the finals. Congratulations to all 8 athletes. And please make sure to, I believe, stay in this Zoom room so that we can move on to the next division. All right, and I am just taking a look at our schedule. And it does not really say exactly when we're supposed to start the finals. So I believe we are going to go right into it once our judges are all set and ready to go. So if athletes can take a moment to get a breather before we start the male youth black belt Poomsae finals, that will be wonderful. So make sure that all the athletes are here as well. So our called a competitor spreadsheet operator and coordinator will be checking with all the athletes, or all of our athletes should be in the Zoom room. And again, for the male youth black belt Poomsae finals, athletes will be performing Taekwondo 7 and Choreo. So in that order, Form 1 will be Taekwondo 7 and Form 2 will be Choreo. So if everybody can get prepared as we get ready to move on to the finals, we'll be taking a few minutes to get situated. And we'll let you know once we are ready to go. Thank you so much so far for a smooth Smooth competition so far, athletes, for this division. And keep up the great work. We'll be right back in a few moments. All right, and it seems that our judges are ready to go, and hopefully our athletes are all ready to go as well for our male youth black belt Poomsae finals. So I think we are all set to go right into it, and everyone is all okay and set with keeping in mind the technical, keeping in mind like some of those technical points to keep the competition going smoothly. So again, please make sure that your video and mics are off until you're called on deck, and stay in frame during your performance, and any restarting due to technical difficulties will not be penalized. All that should be good to go. Everyone did a great job in operating everything smoothly in the what's it called? The semifinals. So thank you again, and please keep up the great work. All right, let's take a look at the call order for the finals. All right, thank you so much to our wonderful Zoom operator. So our the order for the male youth black belt Poomsae finals are as follows. So first up will be Ethan Chen, second, Nolan Mayer, third, Logan Stillball, and fourth through eighth as you can read or see there on screen. Again, athletes, it might be nice for you to take a moment to take a screenshot or a photo with your phone or anything that you have on hand, so that you can keep an eye on the call order and you know which when you will be going at what point. And so just as a note, once again, please make a note of the call order if you can before we start off. And Ethan, our first athlete, Ethan Chen, is ready to go. All right, we will be starting off the Poomsae finals with Ethan Chen.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로.
All right, and that was Ethan Chen from Team Forge. Just as a reminder to all athletes that I'm hoping I can share some fun facts about everyone. So if you can fill out that athlete commentaries, I can start sharing fun facts about you as the day goes on. That'll be great. But great job to Ethan. Now we just have some technical difficulties on the judges side currently. So if you could kindly wait a moment, just relax and hold on for a couple more moments, Ethan. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, well, as our technical coordinators and our judges are communicating right now, just to share some fun facts actually about the tournament and how it's going. So there's a lot of, what's it called? Like a lot of fun software and a lot of Google spreadsheets and a handmade application, phone apps and everything that are going into making this tournament run as smoothly as possible. And a lot of these technical coordinations are done by hand or created by hand, but a lot of it is depending on technology to make things running. But a lot of these are created and it's called brainstormed by the tournament coordinators who are really trying to streamline making these tournaments run as smoothly as possible. Sometimes there's a little bit of technical difficulty on the what's it called in the background side as well, not just the internet connections and Zoom issues and whatnot on the athlete side. So thank you so much again for your patience, athletes. As the day goes on, there might be a few little bumps and hiccups as the day goes on, but we really appreciate all of your patience and all the energy that you still bring despite some of these difficulties that might come along in regards to technical issues. But we should have our scores coming in a moment. We seem to have everything figured out on the background, on the judges' side. All right, so again, let's see a little bit of mechanics of the scoring. So again, we have each Poomsae is divided into accuracy and presentation as points to score, or as factors to score, I should say. And accuracy is out of a total of 4 points possible. Presentation is out of a total of 6 points, with 3 categories worth 2 points each. And accuracy and presentation, accuracy is scored live as each athlete performs their Poomsae. And presentation score is inputted right after the accuracy scores are put in. So we are currently updating Ethan's score. Again, thank you everyone for your patience. Let's move on a little bit more about fun facts about why or how the presentation scores are categorized. So there are 3 categories worth 2 points each for presentation. First is explosiveness and speed of the individual movements in the Poomsae. The second is footwork and connection between each of the movements, and also the precision of footwork as well. And last is expression and, I am talking about sparring. Whoops, the sparring challenge right now, but it's actually pretty similar. Let's go back to the Poomsae part. All right, so 3 categories worth 2 points each, and the 3 categories are powered in speed, and rhythm, and flow, and expression of ki or spirit. I was wondering where that expression of ki was for that Poomsae, for that sparring challenge part, but there are similar categories for the upcoming kicking challenge as well. All right, let's see if the judges are able. All right, so everybody is submitting their scores in the background, so we can see that there's a lot of hard work going on for the judges coming in as well to score the athletes' Poomsae. A lot of mechanics in the background using an application. Kind of want to show everybody how what the application looks like on the phone, on smartphones and whatnot. Maybe we'll get a chance to introduce these sometime in the future and more of these tournaments. But let's see if we can give that another chance in the future. All right. Oh wow, we got our accuracy score from our judges. Thank you so much. Ethan's accuracy score is 2.80 with a presentation score of 3.73 for a total of 6.53. And this will be for Taekwondo 7. And for the finals, we should have each athlete performing 2 Poomsaes or 2 forms for each athlete. So next we will have Ethan performing choreo, I believe. All right, and Ethan is ready to go. Let's see if the judges are ready to go. Ethan, you can take a moment to just relax for a moment. For now, thank you so much for your patience to all the athletes and coaches as well. Our athletes are doing a great job to keep everything going smoothly and turning their cameras on at the right moment. Thank you so much. You are all doing amazing. And I believe our judges are ready to go.
차렷. 준비. 시작. Follow. And show.
All right, that was Ethan Chen performing choreo for his second Poomsae for this final rounds. Sorry, Ethan, it seems that your screen froze during the final part of your Poomsae. So we will need to ask you to redo the Poomsae if that's okay. We'd like to give you just a few seconds to catch your breath. And we know that there was a long wait before going into that as well. So just wanted to make sure that your connection is strong and that you're ready to redo choreo one more time. And then, sorry, I'm talking to Ethan Chen right now. If okay, so just a moment to take a breath. All right. And I'll be handing it over back to the judges. So next, once again, Ethan Chen performing choreo for his Poomsae finals.
준비. 시작. 바로. 슉.
All right, and that was Ethan from Founders Classical Academy, class of 2028, performing his second Poomsae for the finals round. All right, and Ethan has shared in his fun facts about himself that he is very determined and focused as a Taekwondo athlete, which we could see him working through those technical difficulties right there. So that was a great job of showing that determination, Ethan. And Ethan also enjoys playing the piano and biking with his sister around the neighborhood in his free time. Let's see. Ethan also says some fun memories that he has about Taekwondo. Said he when landing a round off back tuck for his freestyle form, his teammates were cheering him on. So it seems that Ethan also is a freestyle Poomsae competitor. Maybe not competitor, we're not sure, but he definitely enjoys freestyle Poomsae, which is a whole different type of Poomsae, Taekwondo Poomsae, which we don't get to really see today at these NCTA championships, but there are many opportunities for us to check out freestyle Poomsae as well at other national and international competitions. So for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, please check that out when you get the chance. Ethan also, let's see, enjoys piano, swimming, and archery outside of Taekwondo. And let's see, his Poomsae score is presentation score is still coming in, but we see that his accuracy score for choreo is 2.83. So we are now just waiting for the presentation scores to come in. Right. And another fun fact about Ethan that is he has a dog named Spot who he loves very much. And I can relate because I also have a dog that I love very much as well. All right. And let's see any more fun facts about Ethan that I can share. Ethan's favorite class in school is math and his least favorite is history, as I also shared in the semifinals round, I believe. Okay, and we are still waiting for that presentation score to come in, but it will be coming in very soon. Let's see, yes. And just as a note to everybody who's watching, the judges are trying out a new application to streamline the scoring procedure, but it's a little seems to be hitting a few hiccups because of bandwidth issues and etc. But it should be working smoothly as the day goes on. So thank you again, everybody, for your patience as we wait for the score. And let's review for the Male Youth Black Belt Poomsae Finals. All athletes will be performing 2 Poomsae. So it's not just 1 Poomsae that we saw in the semifinals. It is 2 Poomsae. First one is Taeguk 7. Second one is Koryo. And for mechanics of scoring that we are seeing, accuracy score is 4 points, and presentation is out of 6 points, which is a total of 10 points for each Poomsae to score. We are currently waiting for Ethan's presentation score, and presentation score is divided into 3 categories worth 2 points each, which are power and speed, rhythm and flow, and expression of ki or spirit. We're waiting for how the judges saw that Ethan presented his power, speed, rhythm, flow, and expression of spirit. And after the Poomsae finals, we also have our kicking challenge coming up for this division, which is a 30 seconds of target kicking. And it's the first time NCTA is doing anything sparring related in an online event. So that's also something to look forward to for everyone who's joining today. I think the athletes who are performing here right now for our Poomsae portion of this division for the male youths black belts, they will be going straight into the kicking challenge following the Poomsae. All right, and now we see Ethan's presentation score has come in at 3.87 for a total of 6.70 for choreo, and his final Poomsae score is for Ethan is 6.62. All right, great job, Ethan. Thank you so much, everyone, for pushing through those technical difficulties. Ethan was our first competitor for these finals, so we will be moving on to our second competitor, Nolan Meyer.
Cunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쭉.
All right, that was Nolan from US Tigers performing his first Poomsae for his finals, which was Taeguk 7. Nolan's accuracy score has already come in. It is 2.60, and his presentation score is 3.77 for a total of 6.73 for Taeguk 7. All right, and we will move on to the next Poomsae for Nolan.
준비. 시작. Paro. Shook.
All right, and that was Nolan performing his second Poomsae for his finals, which was Kodo. Nolan, some fun facts about Nolan is, let's see, his favorite class, I believe, in school is math. We were asking for favorite and least favorite from our athletes, and he just wrote math. So I'm assuming that is his favorite and not least favorite, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get to ask Nolan later. And his hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes reading books. Awesome job, Nolan. And his final score for Koryo has come in at 6.30 for a final Poomsae score of 6.34. And his current standings, let's take a look at the standings list for the athletes. Or no? Okay, maybe we'll take a look at the standings after our next. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much to our Zoom operator. So our current standings is first place is Ethan and second place is Nolan. All right, let's move on to our next athlete who is Logan Silbal.
Chariot. Kunye. Jumbi. Sijak. Paro. Shook.
All right, and that was Logan from Dowongyuli, USA. So yeah, let's see how close I was able to get it to that team name. Thank you for your patience when I also tried to pronounce everyone's names and team names as well. Thank you in advance. Let's see if I have any fun facts about Logan. Maybe not. So I'll get to share some fun facts about this NCTA tournament, which I haven't done yet. Let's see, so this is NCT's third live online tournament that we are hosting this year. And we have over 10 current and formal national team members competing today. So we'll have much to look forward to as the day goes on. Logan's Take 7 score has come out to 6.50 and we'll be moving on to his next form.
Jumbi. Sijak. Paro. Shook.
All right, and that was Logan performing his second Poomsae choreo for the Poomsae finals. As a reminder to everyone who's tuning in or who is just tuning in right now at this moment, for the finals, each athlete will be performing two Poomsaes, which are Taeguk 7 and choreo. All right, and Logan's total score for choreo has also come out to 6.50. And final Poomsae score is 6.50. All right, let's take a look at the standings very quickly before moving on to our next competitor. First place right now, we have Ethan. Second place is Logan, and third place is Nolan. All right, great job to our athletes so far. We'll be moving on to our next competitor, who is Ethan. So if he is ready to go. Yes, he is. All right, next up is Ethan.
군예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and that was Ethan So from US Taekwondo Center Aurora performing his first Poomsae for his finals, Taeguk 7. Let's see, so fun facts about the NCTA tournament continued. So again, this is NCTA's third live online tournament, and it's the first time we are incorporating a kicking portion for for these online tournaments as well, and that is coming up soon. So for those of you who are tuning in right now, please look forward to the kicking portion of this tournament coming up soon, right after this, for the same competitors. Ethan's Taeguk 7 score has come into a 6.50. He'll be performing his next Poomsae choreo.
준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and that was Ethan performing his second Poomsae for his final round. And that second Poomsae was choreo, and his accuracy score is coming in already at 2.63. We are now waiting for his presentation score, which has already come in very quick at 3.67. for choreo total of 6.30, and Ethan's final Poomsae score comes to a 6.40. Let's take a very quick look at the standings before we move on to our next competitor. All right, great job to all of our finals competitors so far. We are in the second half of this finals round. Next up, we have Kobe Bung.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쭉.
All right, and that was Kobe performing his first Poomsae for his finals round, Taekwondo 7. I get to share some fun facts about Kobe. So let's see, for 3 interesting facts, for the question, what are 3 interesting facts about you? Kobe responded, my resting face looks like I am mad. And he also says, when I smile with my teeth, my eyes get really squinty, and I can read a 364-page book in less than 30 minutes. That is very impressive, and I do not think I can do the same if I really wanted to read what was going on in those pages. So that's awesome, Kobe. Fast reader. Some fun memories about Taekwondo that Kobe has are summer and winter camps. It's really awesome. I hope that maybe for some of those upcoming camps, some of them will be in person in the near future. Maybe not. Maybe we'll see how the summer goes, but that already sounds really awesome. Those days of camp and learning Taekwondo in a really short span of time with all of your friends. It's always amazing. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Kobe is video games and reading books. So books are a big part of Kobe's life, I see. It's awesome. Kind of want to hear about what your favorite books are. And his least favorite subject is IEW. I wonder what that stands for. Is it writing, maybe? There's a lot of questions I want to ask you, Kobe. Let's have a conversation at some point after this tournament. So, all right, Kobe's Taekwondo 7 score has come out to 6.93. All right, and up next will be Kodo's second Poomsae performance of choreo.
준비. 시작. 바로. 쭉.
All right, and that was Kobe performing his second Poomsae for the finals round. As a reminder to everybody who is tuning in, maybe for the first time today, that all athletes will be performing 2 Poomsaes for the finals round, and only 1 Poomsae for prelims through semifinals. And these Poomsae that are assigned to the athletes are conveyed to them before the tournament. And for this finals round for male youth black belt division, so this is ages 10 through 11, I believe, is Taekwondo 7 and Koryo. All right, and we have Kobe's final scores coming in at 7.15 overall. Great job. Let's take a look at the standings before we move on to our 6th athlete. So first place right now is Kobe, second place Ethan, and third place Logan. All right, up next is our 6th competitor, David Gill.
군예. 준비. 시작. 바로 슛.
All right, and that was David from US Tigers Taekwondo performing his first Poomsae for the finals round, Taeguk 7. So as we wait for his accuracy score and presentation score to come in, just as a reminder, athletes will be performing 2 Poomsaes for all these finals rounds. Some fun facts about this NCTA tournament. We have many tournament committee members who are making these online championships possible, and we currently have 5 judges judging each of these Poomsaes. As we can see on the screen, there's a head referee and then 4 judges who are presenting their scores for each of these athletes' performances. We also have many other tournament committee members helping from multiple cities across the country. So, such as Boston in Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., New York, Seattle, Florida, and other states as well. And our judges are also calling in from all over the world, actually. And it takes a lot of teamwork to make this tournament possible. But of course, it is our athletes who are shining stars for today. So just wanted to acknowledge once again all the hard work that they have been putting in, not just for today, but throughout this year in these challenging times, working everything online. All right, so David's Taeguk 7 score has come out to 7.43. He will be performing his second Poomsae Koryo next.
준비. 시작. Paro. Shuk.
All right, and that was David performing his second Poomsae of Koryo for the Poomsae finals round. And I also apologize for misreading the final score for David's Taekwondo 7's performance earlier. It is a 7.47. I do this at least once a tournament or once every hour when I commentate these tournaments. So I appreciate your understanding and I apologize for my mistake. All right, so David just performed his second Poomsae of Koryo for this finals round, and we are waiting for accuracy scores and presentation scores to come in for the judges. And that was very quick. All right, magic just happened. And David's Koryo score was 7.23, and his final Poomsae score is 7.35 overall. Right, let's take a quick look at the standings. So right now we have first place David, second place Kobe, and third place Ethan. Right, we will be moving on to our seventh competitor for these finals. All right, and we have Aiden up next.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. Paro. Shuk.
All right, and that was Aiden from Team ATMA performing his first Poomsae of Taekwondo 7. I have a few fun facts about Aiden that I can share. He is in 4th grade at Riley Elementary School. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Aiden include reading books like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Dogman, and Captain Underpants. A lot of familiar names, titles I see there. He also enjoys playing his Nintendo Switch, also familiar. All right, and his scores are coming in, so I'm going to leave it at that for now. Aiden's final score for Taekwondo 7 is 7.27. Up next, he will be performing his second Poomsae of Koryo.
준비. 시작. Paro. Shuk.
All right, and that was Aiden performing his second Poomsae of choreo for this Poomsae finals. A little bit more fun facts about Aiden. He also enjoys drawing and biking outside of Taekwondo. And he joined his school orchestra and started learning how to play the violin this school year. Very impressive, starting new things during this past year, which really flew by in so many different ways. You can play Twinkle Twinkle Little Stars, Ode to Joy, and Jingle Bells already. Great job, Aiden. And let's see, he has won gold in Poomsae and bronze in sparring in the 2020 US Open, which happened to be his first year competing as a black belt. Great job. And Aiden's final choreo score is 7.20 for a final Poomsae score of 7.24. Let's take a quick look at the standings before we move on to our next competitor. All right, and in first place is David, second place Aiden, and third place is Kobe. And we will now move on to our last competitor for these finals, Jaden Young.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and that was Jaden from Just Taekwondo performing his Taekuk 7 for his first Poomsae for the finals. Some hobbies for Jaden outside of Taekwondo. He says Legos, and that is the only response to the athlete survey that he shared for us. Is very simple and straightforward. So thanks so much, Jaden. That's awesome. And oh, that's all right. Once again, our scores are coming in very quickly. And his Jaden's Taekwondo 7 score is 7.23. You'll be performing choreo next as the final Poomsae for these finals rounds.
준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and that was Jaden performing choreo as his second Poomsae for these Poomsae male youth black belt Poomsae finals, and that was also the final performance for this division as well. So as a reminder for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, we will also have the kicking challenge coming right up after this. So that's something to look forward to. I think according to our master messenger chat going on in the background, we have 2 competitors coming up for that. So looking forward very much. All right, Jaden has a 7.20 score for Kodo with a total of, or a final Poomsae score of 7.22. All right, let's take a look at the final standings. All right, now we get to announce the final standings and results for the male youth black belt Poomsae finals. So we have for 4th place or bronze, so we have 2 third places basically for these tournaments for this NCTA championships. So for bronze, we have Kobe Fong from Dowong USA Poomsae team. Again in bronze, Jaden Young from Just Taekwondo. And in 2nd place or silver, Aiden Dekolongon from Team ATMA. And in 1st place or gold, we have David Gill from US Tigers Taekwondo. Congratulations to all of our athletes who placed and all of our finalists as well for an amazing job. Wonderful performances throughout for this division. Thank you so much again for working through some technical difficulties that were going on, but thank you all for following the technical points to keep this tournament running smoothly so far. And we will be moving on to our next event in this tournament, which will be the kicking challenge. All right, so as a note to all of our athletes, we will be starting the kicking challenge right at 1:15 p.m. Eastern time. So in 3 minutes. So if everyone could be prepared to go straight into the kicking challenges, or straight into the kicking challenge in 3 minutes, that will be really wonderful. And we will see everyone back very soon. All right, and welcome back, everyone, for the Male Youth Black Belt Kicking Challenge Finals. So this is very exciting that we are trying out this kicking portion of a live Taekwondo championship for the first time. So everyone, please get excited for this endeavor. Just a few reminders once again, and this is also to all athletes who are signing in for the Poomsae portion as well, but we will move right along to the competitors and jump right into it. So we actually do have a note that Arya Mitra has withdrawn from the competition. So we will have Kekoa Desidir going to represent the male youth black belts for this kicking challenge. So we will jump right into this if Kekoa is ready to go.
Take your time, okay?
차렷. 군예. 준비. 시작.
Front, front top. Front top, top, three, and set. And now, double. Look, and go.
바로 슛.
All right, and that was Kekoa from USA Taekwondo Center competing in the Kicking Challenge, which is a new event for this NCTA tournament. Oops, excuse me. Right, and since this is a first time endeavor, just a few explanation points that should be fun to share. So that's this event includes 30 seconds of target kicking, and the targets can be paddles or pool noodles, which should be kicked by the athlete in succession. And there are 5 required elements in in the 30 seconds of kicking, and it can be in any order. So there are some elements such as attacking combinations on the paddles, which should be in combo of 2 or more kicks. There's also defensive combinations. So instead of moving forward with those kicks, it should be moving backwards. So defensive combination includes a moving backwards. And that should also be 2 or more kicks. And then there is a stepping sequence that is required, just 5 or more different footwork steps or just movements that are not including kicking, but more moving across the mats. And then at least 1 head kick for blue belt and above. So in case of Kekoa, he is in the youth black belt division. So that also, that head kick needs to be included in the sequence. And then also 1 spinning kick is required, at least 1 spinning kick is required as another element. So you may have seen those elements in that sparring sequence that Kekoa just showed or demonstrated with his coach. And this is a personal reflection, but it's always really nice to hear the sound of kicks hitting paddles, even if it's through video. All right, so Kekoa's scores have come in with an accuracy score 3.07 and a presentation scores 3.73 for a total of 6.87. And Kekoa is the only competitor in this division, so he will be taking first place. But great job, Kekoa, for showing your spirit and kicking those paddles in this very first the first time we're doing this event. So thank you so much for, pun intended, kicking things off with great spirit. And that is our gold medalist right there for this event. And there will also be kicking challenges in various other divisions as the day goes on. So I hope that everyone who's tuning in will look forward to that as well, as along as the Poomsae tournament goes on as well. Hey, great job again to our male youth black belt Poomsae and kicking challenge competitors. We will be returning with our female junior black belt Poomsae preliminary group A. And that will be coming online at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. So in 10 minutes. So if all athletes can be signed in to start at 1:30 Eastern time, that would be great. Thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you soon for the female junior black belt Poomsae prelims. All right, everyone, welcome back to Ring 1 for the Female Junior Black Belt Poomsae Preliminaries, Group A. This will be Poomsae Division performing Taeguk 6, I believe. I am wrong. It is Koryo. All right. And we will be giving a few reminders for everyone who is joining to compete. First, please turn off your video and microphone until you are called on deck. And we might be already reaching out to some of you, but please set your Zoom name to your competitor name. And if you have multiple competitors signing on the same device, please kindly list all of your competitor names so that we can see who is ready to go and who we still need to reach out to make sure they are signed in to go. And also, yes, if you have any schedule conflicts, please do reach out to our tournament coordinators. And let us know if you may have any conflicts with your when your call order is coming up. Please make sure not to have any virtual backgrounds or effects going on or set up on your Zoom camera so that the judges can focus and have a clear view on you and your Poomsae. And make sure to stay in frame during your Poomsae performance, and any hands or legs or movements going out or framed will be a deduction for your Poomsae score. On the other hand, if you need to restart due to any technical difficulties like connection issues or your video glitching, we may need to ask you to restart in that case, but those restarting Poomsae due to technical difficulties will not be penalized. Please make sure to turn off any other internet-enabled devices that you may have going on in the background so that your connection can be focused on your Zoom if possible, so that we can ensure that you have a strong connection and so that we can see your Poomsae in clear format. Please make sure to stay in the Zoom meeting until the round results are announced. But after the round results are announced, please leave the Zoom room so that we can move on to the next division accordingly and smoothly. All right, those are the technical reminders for our competitors joining in. Moving on to the call order for these prelims. So we have our female junior black belts, ages 15 through 17. First up will be Samantha Valdez, followed by Annika Tsutsumi, and then followed by Charlotte McKittrick. We may have a few schedule conflicts as noted by some of our athletes. And in that case, there may be some reordering. But as a note to our athletes and coaches who are signed in right now or who may be watching on Zoom, on YouTube, if you are going to be competing in this division, if you could take a screenshot or a photo on your phone of this call order so that you can check that screenshot or photo as the division goes on, and make sure that you are ready and aware of when your call order is and ready to go accordingly. That would be wonderful. There's just a few more seconds for anybody who needs to take that photo. And also, before we start the division off with our first competitor, so just a few more seconds, we are also having the judges and our coordinators for this division getting set up. And we also believe our athletes are getting set up as well. All right, again, and as a reminder for those who are watching, the preliminaries for this division will be, the Poomsae for this division will be Koryo in the prelims, and then it will be Kumgang in the semifinals, And then in the finals, it will be Taeguk 4 and Taebaek. So in the final, whoever is moving on to the finals will be performing 2 Poomsaes. Before the preliminaries and semifinals, it will be 1 Poomsae per person.
Out of our 23 competitors today, the top 12 athletes will move on to the semifinals. And in just a moment, we'll be able to show their stand.
All right. And as a reminder to our athletes, thank you very much. If you can make sure to mute your YouTube audio that's going on in the background. We understand that you want to watch all of as the tournament goes on, all the competition you want to watch on YouTube. We totally understand that. But when you are on deck and performing your Poomsae, please make sure to keep the YouTube muted so that we can have no distractions going on in the background. All right, thank you so much. And I think we are ready to go. So we'll be starting off this division with our first competitor, Samantha.
셋, 균예, 준비, 시작. 바로, 쉬어.
All right, and that was our first competitor for this division, Samantha from Team Kim Bo-hyung. And Samantha is a student at Albany High, class of 2023. All right, and some more fun facts about Samantha that I'll get to share about each of the athletes as the day goes on. So Samantha's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include baking, and she also includes baking as one of her 3 interesting facts. So she says, I like baking, I like gaming, and I also like spending time with my family. And I can definitely agree with you on that. I see that baking is a big part of your life as well outside of Taekwondo. And Samantha says that some fun memories she has about Taekwondo is just training with her friends in general. And I can definitely relate with that as well. All right, and Samantha's accuracy scores are coming in at a 3.17. We are currently waiting for presentation scores. So as a reminder, which I've been mentioning throughout the previous division, that Poomsae scores are divided into accuracy and presentation. Accuracy is total 4 points, presentation is total 6 points. So we see right there at Samantha's accuracy score, 3.17 out of 4 is already submitted by the judges who are inputting their scores live as each athlete performs their Poomsae. And the judges are currently trying to input their presentation scores with a little bit of technical difficulty, but so far things have been going very smoothly with a new endeavor using an application or an app on their phones to submit score so far. So a lot of technology and a lot of creativity going into running these tournaments to make everything as smooth, run as smoothly as possible. All right, and the presentation score, for those of you who are wondering, is divided into 3 categories of 2 points each. Those categories are power and speed, rhythm and flow, and expression of ki or spirit. Ki or spirit can also be expressed, for example, by a shout or a emitting of a loud voice. And this is called a key up, and they can be seen or heard at various points in the Poomsae. So that's another thing to be looking out for. And while we are working through some hiccups to get Samantha's presentation score to come in, which always happens when we're kind of getting things started. So we appreciate your patience, but actually, I would like to take this moment to remind all athletes who are participating today that if you have not submitted your student or athlete survey that the tournament committee members have sent out earlier this week for you to fill out, please definitely take a moment to do so, so that the commentators can share fun facts about you and maybe your team as well, as you compete during these times. No pressure, but we always like to share some fun facts about everyone who is competing, giving it their all. All right, thank you so much to our judges, and Samantha's presentation scores come in at 4.03 for a total of 7.20. And Samantha was our first to go, so she is currently in first place. And next up, our next competitor is Annika Tsutsumi.
차렷. 균예. 준비. 시작. 뾰로. 쇼. 차렷. 균예.
All right, now it's Annika from US Tigers performing choreo. We already have Annika's accuracy scores up there on the screen of 3.03. All right, get to share some fun facts about Annika. She attends Battlefield High School, which is a class of 2022. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo that Annika enjoys include playing the cello and doing crafty stuff with her hands like origami and drawing. That is really awesome. I'm not really not too good with my hands. I'm very jealous to hear that you're good with your hands, Annika. All right, and Annika's presentation score has come in at 3.93 for a total of 6.97, currently putting her in second place. All right, and let's move on to our next competitor. So we currently have Charlotte, sorry, who is supposed to go at third, but she is having some scheduling conflicts, as well as Abigail, it seems, and they are in the same dojang, so that makes sense. So we will have Carly Sage up next if she's ready to go, and it looks like she is. Thank you so much. So our next competitor will be Carly.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. 보러. 쉬어. 칩. 그녀.
All right, and that was Carly from Master G's Taekwondo. Carly attends Snomish High School, and she is class of 2024. And she has shared her favorite and least favorite class in school, which is English as her favorite, and least favorite is science. So thanks for sharing that about yourself, Carly. Hope we get to share more as the day goes on. All right, accuracy score for Carly is 2.87 with presentation score of 3.87, total of 6.73. Let's take a very quick look at the standings before we move on to our next competitor, so that we can refresh our minds and take a look at the standings, if that's okay. Thank you so much to our lovely Zoom operator. So first place is Samantha, second place Annika, third place Carly as of now. All right, moving on to our next competitor, Ria.
칩. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 보러. 쉬어. 칩. 그녀.
All right, and that was Ria from Dowongyului USA Poomsae team. I've said that team name several times today. Hopefully, as the day goes on, I'll be able to get it closer and closer. All right, and Ria's accuracy score is 2.93, presentation score 3.97 for a total of 6.90. And that places her in third place. Let's take a very quick look at the standings before we move on to our next competitor, who will be Abigail. I believe, yes, Abigail will be next. All right, so our current standings: first place is Samantha, second place Monica, third place Ria, fourth place Carly. Up next will be Abigail.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라보. 쇼. 차렷. 그녀의
All right, and that was Abigail from US Taekwondo Center. Abigail's accuracy score has come in at 2.77. And some fun facts about Abigail that she has shared. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Abigail include watching Netflix and hanging out with friends. Awesome. All right. And Abigail's final score for Koryo is 6.53, putting her at 5th place. A very quick look at the standings for everyone. All right. And thank you so much. We next have Jenna Doe.
차렷. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 브라보. 쇼. 차렷. 그녀의
All right, and that was Jenna from World Class Tiger Eye Taekwondo. All right, and Jenna's accuracy score has already come in with 2.90. And Jenna attends Woodson High School. She is class of 2022. Some fun facts about Jenna. She says she earned her 4th degree black belt in 2018 and has been training Taekwondo since she was 2.5 years old. That is very impressive. her total score for choreo has come out to 6.73, and that currently places her at 5th place. Let's let's take a look at the standings very quickly. And I believe we have Charlotte up next, who is on deck, question mark. Yes, according to our ringmaster, our lovely ringmaster, Carissa, that Charlotte has been able to make it, overcoming some schedule difficulties. So thank you so much. And we have Charlotte as our next competitor. Ready to go.
차렷. 균예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼. 차렷. 균예.
All right, and that was Charlotte from US Taekwondo Center. Charlotte's accuracy scores are already up on the board at 2.67. And I just wanted to mention it's always really wonderful to see athletes performing from so many different dojos across the country. And we have Charlotte's presentation score coming in at 3.70. The total score of 6.37, and that currently places Charlotte at 7th place. So quick look at our standings. Once again, we still have 1st place is Samantha, 2nd place Annika, 3rd place Ria, and 4th place Carly. All right, and now we have Kaylin Lee up next.
차렷. 균예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼. 차렷. 균예.
All right, and that was Kaylin from Taekwondo All In. Kaylin's accuracy scores have come in at 2.87. And just as a reminder for anyone who is tuning in for the first time right now, this is the female junior black belt Poomsae preliminaries group A. And our athletes are performing choreo for these prelims. And Kaylin's presentation scores come in at 3.83 for a total of 6.70. And that currently places her at 6th place. All right, a quick look at our standings before we move on to our next competitor, who is Victoria Su, I believe. Yes, all right, thank you. Victoria is ready to go. Up next is Victoria.
Chit, Kunye. Jumbi. Sijak. Bro. Sure. Chit, Kunye.
All right, and that was Victoria from Doongyule, USA, and her accuracy score has already come in at 3.17. And I think we may have some fun. Oh, all right. The scores are already coming in very quickly now. So Victoria's presentation score has come in at 4.10 for a total of 7.27, placing her in first place. All right, a quick look at our standings. So as a refresher, our first place competitor is Victoria, second place Samantha, third place Annika, and fourth place Ria. Great job to all of our athletes so far. And we will be moving on to our next competitor, Sophia.
Chit, Kunye. Jumbi. Sijak. Bro. Sure. Chit, Kunye.
All right, and that was Sophia Jeffrey, also from Doongyule, USA. And our accuracy score has come in at 2.97. And Sophia attends Tesoro High School, and she is class of 2024. She says her favorite class is biology and her least favorite class is math. I can kind of relate, but I do miss all those biology experiments I used to do back when I was in high school. And some fun memories she has about Taekwondo is doing flips with her teammates. Awesome, Sophia. So her total score for Koryo has come out to 6.87, currently placing her in fifth place. And a quick look at our standings once again. Before we move on to our next athlete. So up next will be Sky Mitchell. So it will be a little bit different from our call order due to some shuffling that we needed to do to accommodate scheduling for our athletes. So if Sky is ready to go. All right, thank you so much. Up next is Sky.
쯧! 그녀! 준비! 시작! 브라워! 쇼! 쯧! 그녀!
All right, and that was Sky from Han Martial Arts, and her accuracy score has come in at 3.07. Sky attends Head Royce School, and she's class of 2024. And she says her favorite subject is math, and she doesn't have a least favorite class. Really, that's really awesome. Likes all classes. Sky's total score for choreo has come out to 7.10, and that currently puts her in 3rd place. All right, let's take a quick look at our standings before returning to our call order. So we will be having Sophia Seitong coming up next. Right, we have 1st place Victoria, 2nd place Samantha, 3rd place Sky, and 4th place Annika. All right, thank you so much, Sophia. You are ready to go.
쯧! 그녀! 준비! 시작! 브라워! 쇼! 쯧! 그녀!
All right, Sophia Seitong from USA Taekwondo Center Oceanside. We are in the female junior black belt Poomsae prelims group A. Just as a reminder and a refresher for everyone who's joining in right now, we have currently gone through 12 athletes have performed so far, and we have 3 remaining for this group. Awesome job. All right, we have Sophia's total score for choreo coming in at 6.50, placing her at 11th place. Great job. We will take a quick look at the standings once again before moving on to our next competitor, who is Caroline Galindo. Caroline's ready to go, so we will be passing it on to her.
제 그녀의 준비 시작. 브라우 셔 제 그녀의
All right, sorry, Caroline, we got a note from a couple of our judges that the video quality was a bit choppy to be able to make the adequate inputting scores. So we just wanted to give you a moment maybe to reset your internet or just, let's see. It's looking pretty clear right now, I believe. Let's take a I'm going to ask the judges how things are looking. It looks better now, less choppy. All right, great. So Caroline, if you are okay to redo your form. Sorry about that. Again, technical difficulties will not be penalized, but will be great. And also, judges are asking if it's possible for you to move a little bit more to your left, I believe, towards the center of the video so that they can get a better view.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's looking a little bit grainy. All right, let's see if we can try this again. Thank you so much, Caroline. I will be passing it back to the judges.
제 그녀의 준비 시작. 브라우 셔
All right, I believe the camera quality was much better this time around. So that was Caroline from Miro Martial Arts, I believe. Oh, and it seems your connection just went a little bit choppy as you logged off or cut off your camera there, Caroline. So I'm very glad that you were able to redo that with no issues. Thank you so much to all of our athletes for pushing through technical difficulties as well. All right, Caroline's total score for choreo has come out to 5.73, and that currently places her in 13th place. And that, let's take a look at the standings very quickly once again before moving on to our next athlete, who is Mina Lee. So we have first place is Victoria, second place Samantha, third place Guy, and fourth place Annika. All right, and up next is Mina.
Chit. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 브로. 시. 칫. kunye.
All right, and that was Mina from USTC, which stands for US Taekwondo. Oh, I remember seeing monument at the end of your Zoom name, Mina. Mina's accuracy score has come in at 2.83. And her presentation score, that was very quick, at 3.67 for a total of 6.50. That currently places her at 12th place. So thank you so much for our Zoom operator for just switching to our standings very quickly. And we will have our last competitor for this division or for this preliminary group, Grace Ryu, up next. So we currently have Victoria in first place, Samantha in second, Sky in third, and Annika in fourth. And our last competitor for prelims group A is Grace Ryu.
칫. kunye. 준비. 시작. 브로. 쇼. 칫. kunye.
All right, that was Grace from Eagles Taekwondo, who just went as our last competitor for this preliminary group in the female junior black belt division. Grace attends Diamond Bar High School as class of 2024, and some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Grace include baking and art. It's the second time I saw baking today. All right, and Grace's total score for choreo comes to 7.27, and that places her in second as of now, right? All right, so the final standings for this group for prelims is as follows. And as a note, the top half competitors or the competitors who are placed in the top half of this group will be moving on to the semifinals, and that will be rounding up in the case of odd number competitors, so up to 8th place. So first through 8th place, Victoria, Grace, Samantha, Sky, Annika, Ria, Sophia, Jeffrey, and Carly will be moving on to the semifinals for the female junior black belt division. And as a note, we will be moving on next to the Group B division for our female junior black belts. So again, congratulations to all of our preliminary Group A competitors, and for those who are moving on to semifinals, and for everybody who gave it their all on the mats or on the floor, wherever you are competing. The group, and we will be returning with Group B at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So if all competitors for the female junior black belt Poomsae preliminary Group B, that's a mouthful, can be ready to go starting at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that would be great. Thank you so much, everybody, so far for contributing to a wonderfully smooth and energetic tournament so far. And we will see you soon back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. No, sorry. All right, everyone, welcome back to Ring 1 for the Female Junior Black Belt Poomsae Preliminary Group B division. It's always a mouthful. We will be kicking off with just a few reminders. Everyone should, I hope, be aware or be familiar with these technical reminders. But again, this might be the first time you are all jumping in for this Zoom call since it's still the preliminaries. So just very quickly, please make sure to turn off your video and microphone until you're on deck. That's very important. Please set your Zoom name to your competitor name. And if there are multiple athletes signing in on one device, please make sure to list all of them. Keep virtual backgrounds and effects off on your Zoom camera. Stay in frame during your Poomsae performance. Otherwise, anything that goes out of frame will be deducted from your Poomsae score. But restarting due to any technical difficulties will not be penalized. So if the video is choppy or if we can't see very clearly, we'll let you know, and that will not be penalized. And make sure to turn off any other internet-enabled devices that are going on in the background for you. So phones or other computers and whatnot. When you are doing your Poomsae, it'll be great if you can keep that off if possible to keep your connection strong for this Zoom. Please make sure to stay in the Zoom meeting until the round results are announced. And after the results are announced, please leave the room, and so that we can keep things flowing and keep the division moving from one to the next and keep the tournament day going smoothly. Thank you so much, everyone. We will now move on to our call order for this division. And as a note, athletes, coaches, and anyone who needs to keep track of the call order, please take this moment to take a photo or a screenshot of the call order, since we won't be coming back to this screen once we start the Poomsae. So we have 15 competitors, which means that the top 8 competitors for this round will be moving on to the semifinals, since it's the top half plus rounding up in case of the odd number, in case of an odd number of competitors. So it'll be a half of 15, which is 7, and then plus 1 is 8. So top 8 competitors will be moving on to semifinals. We will be starting off with Kelly Wang, followed by Yewoon Jung, and then followed by Yuri Page Kim. And we will be starting off with our first competitor for this division, who is Kelly.
Yep. Great. Great. Yep. Hello. Sure.
All right, and that was Kelly Wang from Eagles Taekwondo kicking things off for the female junior black belt Poomsae preliminaries group B. And as a reminder for anybody who's joining in just now to watch this tournament on the YouTube stream, the athletes will be performing choreo for the Poomsae preliminaries, and then they will be performing Kumgang for semifinals and Taeguk 4 and Taebek for finals. So in the preliminaries and semifinal rounds, athletes will be performing one form each, or one Poomsae each. And then in the finals round, they will be performing 2 Poomsae per athlete. And Kelly's final score for choreo has come out to 7.23, placing her in first place as our first athlete for this division. So we will move right along to our next athlete, Yewon Jung.
Yep. Yeah. Wait. Jump. Roll. Cho.
All right, that was Yewon from JYT USA performing choreo. I have some fun facts to share about Yewon. So she likes to read and hang out with her friends as some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo. And she says that she likes to walk or run around the neighborhood at night as well. So I used to do that too. And I hope that your neighborhood is also safe, just like it was for me. But it's really great to just take a walk or take a run outside, especially these days recently when we're all just stuck inside. So Yewon's choreo score has come out to 7.20. Oh, thank you so much to our Zoom operator, which places her in second place. And we will move on to our next competitor, Yuri Kim.
Yep. Hey. Wait. Yep. Roll. Cho.
All right, and that was Yuri from Dowoong Yule, USA. Somebody please tell me if I'm saying this correctly. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I am so sorry. But there are so many athletes competing from this school. So that's really great to see. Yuri's accuracy score is coming out at 3.03. And we are waiting for her presentation score. And few fun, oh, all right, before we move on to fun facts about other things, Yuri's presentation score has come out to 4.00. And her final score is 7.03, placing her in third place. right, let's take a very quick look at our standings before moving on to our next competitor. So currently we have first place Kelly, second place Yewon, and third place Yuri. All right, next up is Jahelis Gonzalez.
Yep. Clear. Mid. Yep. Bro. 저.
All right, and that was Jehlis from Alpha Taekwondo Chiriqui performing her Poomsae outside. So really wonderful to see all of our athletes utilizing different spaces. And also it was really great to hear some birds chirping in the background as well. Everyone's really giving it their best in whatever environments and areas that they can utilize for their Poomsae and this tournament. So thank you so much to all athletes for doing their best in these various situations that you're in. So Jahlis's choreo score has come out to 5.63, and that currently places her in 4th place. So a really quick look at the standings before moving on to our next competitor. All right. And up next, we have Chloe Tan.
Yep. Clear. Mid. Yep. Bro. 저.
All right, that was Chloe from Team Kim Bo-hyun. Let's see some fun facts about Chloe that I can share with all of you. So Chloe says that her favorite classes at school are PE and ceramics. That sounds really fun. I wish I had a ceramics class back in high school that I could have taken. And she also mentions that her some hobbies outside of Taekwondo include baking, biking, and traveling. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time that I've seen someone mention baking as one of their hobbies outside of Taekwondo. So it seems like it's definitely a trend out there. Maybe TikTok has to do with it, but maybe absolutely not. I have no idea, but we'll leave it at that. All right, and Chloe's accuracy score has come in at 3.03. And we are currently awaiting her presentation score, which has come in at 3.93 for a total of 6.97. And looking at the standings, that places her in 4th place. right now. All right, moving on to our next competitor, Eva.
Yep. 네. 네. Yep. Bro. 저.
All right, that was Eva from Team Woohoo! Team Kim Bo-hyun. Just as a reminder to our athletes, please please mute after your performance. But thank you so much and love the enthusiasm coming from our athletes, dojongs, and areas that they are competing in. Always great to hear and see everyone giving it their best and lively atmosphere. And Eva's scores are already coming in. So her total score is 6.67. And that currently places her in 5th place. All right, and up next is Maria Jose Russo.
Yep. 네. 네. Yep. bro. 저.
All right, and that was Maria from Escuela Taekwondo Panama. I think I may have fun facts to share about Maria. Oh, maybe not. All right, well, that's okay. And this is a moment for me to PR that athlete survey that I've been talking about all day, so I can share fun facts about all of you as you perform. All right, awesome. Maria's accuracy scores 2.80, presentation scores 3.70 for a total of 6.50, which places her in 6th place currently. So that means we are 7 competitors have performed so far, which means we are almost at the halfway mark for this preliminary group B. All right, next up is Akemi Adams.
Yep. 네. 네. Yep. 들어 줘
All right, and that was Akemi from USTC Aurora. I am starting to recognize some of the dojangs that are being shared by multiple athletes in multiple divisions. So that's pretty fun. We have competitors coming in from all across the country, and it's really exciting to see everyone work in their various spaces. But as a note, for those of you who are watching, when the collegiate athletes start coming on to coming into the competition, you might notice that some of them are also competing in dormitories or common areas in their dorm buildings and things like that. So that's also something fun to look out for as well. But everyone's really doing a great job making their use of their spaces, but also being able to work in their dojangs to compete today, which is really wonderful to see. All right, Akemi's accuracy score has come out to 2.73 as of now, and we are just waiting for her presentation score to come in. And as a note for anyone who might just be tuning in right now, the accuracy score is out of a total of 4 points, and the presentation score will be out of 6 points, and the total score will be out of 10 points for anybody who's just joining in and watching right now. And we have 7 competitors remaining to go for the day. Oh, not for the day, for this division. That'll be pretty scary if we only have 7 more to go for the day. It's a really quick day. And just waiting for our judges to submit their presentation score. Some more fun facts about this presentation score and how it's divided up. There are 3 categories worth 2 points each. And the categories are, first one is power and speed, second one is rhythm and flow, and the third one is expression of ki or spirit. And this can all be expressed in different ways, depending on the athlete and how they want to pace their poomsae, how fast they want to go, how slow or steady they may want to do this. It's all up to the athlete to convey how they want to really express their spirit through this poomsae, which is a series of movements of attacks and blocks against imaginary opponents. So some Poomsae 101 there to share with everybody as our judges are doing their best to figure out some logistics behind the scenes. Just as a note, Abigail, I see that you are up next. Please relax and just maybe stretch or just take a breather right now. No worries yet. We will let you know when we are ready to call you on deck. But as of now, you can just take this moment to relax. We're just figuring out some things behind the scenes to get Akemi's presentation score. So I might use this time to give a shout out to the tournament committee members and all of our judges who are working in the back, behind the scenes today. And just as I said that, the presentation score came in. So that's awesome. All right. So Akemi's total score for Koryo is coming at 6.27. Let's take a quick look at the standings. So Akemi's 6.27 puts her at 7th place currently. And we have first place is Kelly, second place is Yewon, and third place Yuri. Fourth place is Chloe at the moment. And just as a note, our top 8 competitors will be moving on to the semifinals. All right, thank you, Abigail, for your patience. You are up next.
Yep. Clear. 네. Yep. 들어 쇼
All right, and that was Abigail from Texas Force Taekwondo / HK Taekwondo. Pretty cool. Oh, all right, and Abigail's accuracy scores are already coming in at 2.97. And just as a reminder for anybody who's just tuning in right now, the accuracy scores are being inputted live as the athletes perform. And Abigail's presentation score has come out at 3.87 for a total of 6.83. Quick look at the standings. Abigail is currently in 5th place, and we have 9 competitors who have gone so far. So our 10th competitor up next is Kiara Flotildes.
엽 그래 준비 엽 들어 쇼 엽, 그래
All right, that was Kiara from Team ATMA. Kiara is, let's see, I had some fun facts to share, is a student at Reservoir High School, class of 2023. Outside of Taekwondo, her hobbies include singing, playing the piano, crochet, and baking, and coding. So that's another baking hobby or baker there that we've seen today. Awesome. All right. And her total score for choreo has come out to 7.27, which places her in 1st place for the current standings. All right. And up next is our 11th competitor, Caitlin.
엽, 그래 준비 엽 들어 쇼 엽, 그래
All right, and that was Caitlin from Doongule, USA, competing as our 11th competitor. Her accuracy score has come in at 3.23. Caitlin attends Westmore High School, and her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include traveling. And Caitlin's presentation scores come in at 4.20. And her total score is 7.43, placing her in 1st place at the current standings. All right, next up is Sophie Richard.
Yep. Finish. Submit. Yep. Hello. Show. Yep. Finish.
All right, and that was Sophie from US Tigers. Some fun facts about Sophie. She says that her favorite class at school is English and her least favorite is math. That kind of sounds like me when I was in high school. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Sophie include reading, writing, and listening to music. Definitely can agree to that as well. And Sophie says some fun memories she has about Taekwondo is hanging out with her team at live tournaments. I definitely miss that as well. Just like Sophie says, hope that everyone can hang out at live tournaments one day sooner. All right, and Sophie's total score has come out to 6.70, which places her at 8th place in the current standings. All right, and our next competitor is Irene.
Yep. Finish. Submit. Yep. Hello. Show. Yep. Finish.
Okay, that was Irene Ho from Doongule, USA. She was our 13th competitor for this group. And we have 2 more competitors remaining on deck. So everyone is doing an absolutely amazing job of making sure that they know when they are on deck and ready to go. And Irene's accuracy score has come in at 3.03, presentation score at 3.90 for a total of 6.93. Take a quick look at the standings which is getting very much filled up with all of our competitors. We've gone so far. All right, so we have in first place, Caitlin, second place, Kiara, third place, Kelly, and fourth place, Yuwon. And as a note, our top 8 competitors will be moving on to the semifinals. All right, next up we have Iromi Guerra Perez.
Yep. Finish. Submit. Yep. 바로 쇼 그네
All right, and that was Hiromi from Master G's Taekwondo. Hiromi's accuracy score has come in at 2.60. Hiromi's attending MHS, graduating year 2023. She says that her fun memories from Taekwondo include when she and her friends went to their first tournament. Definitely relate to that as well. Such fun memories at all these tournaments going on. All right, and Hiromi's total score is a 6.17, placing her in 13th place. So let's take a quick look once again at our standings before moving on to our last competitor of this group. All right, great job to all of our 14 competitors who have gone so far. And now, and last but not least, our last competitor for this group, Alyssa Shim.
그네 네 시작 바로 쇼 그네
All right, and that was our last competitor for this female junior black belt Poomsae preliminary group B, Alyssa Shim from Champions Martial Arts. Alyssa's accuracy score is coming in at 2.93. And as we are waiting for the presentation score, I just wanted to mention, and this is totally off track, but I really love seeing those kicking, what's it called? Like the body punching bags or bodies, all at different heights, signaling that there's a lot of different size athletes training at Champions Martial Arts for sure. All right, Alyssa's presentation score is coming in, excuse me, at 3.90 for a total of 6.83. And that places Alyssa at 8th place, which means that Alyssa will be moving on to the semifinal round along with the other top 8 competitors for the preliminary group B. All right, great job, Alyssa and all athletes. So first place for this in order, Caitlin, Kiara, Kelly, Yuwon, Yuri, Chloe, Irene, and Alyssa will be moving on to the semifinal round coming up next, I believe. Up next in the schedule. Yes, it is. After a break will be our female junior black belt semifinals and finals going all at once. All right, so as a note to all of our athletes who are moving on to the next round, please make sure to try to stay on this Zoom call if possible to make sure that you're able to transition to the next division smoothly. And thank you again to all of our wonderful athletes in that preliminary group B. You all did an amazing job and made things run so smoothly. And we really appreciate all the hard work you put into this competition. So again, a big congratulations to all of the athletes that just went in the group B and also in group A for the preliminaries right before the Group B as well. So again, continuing in ring 1 will be the female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals, which will start at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And we will be starting right away at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So please make sure to be in the Zoom room 10 minutes before that, if you can. And if you can also, as a note, change your, for all competitors, if you can change your name to your athletes' competitors' names. If you are having multiple athletes sign on one device, if you can make sure to have all the athletes' names on there as well, it'll be really great for us to keep track who we need to chase down to get the semifinals started. All right, thank you so much. And again, we will see you at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. All right, everyone, welcome back to Ring 1 for the NCTA 2021. I said NCT twice. And 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. We will be jumping right into the female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. All right, and we will be moving straight into checking out the call order for our athletes, since everybody probably is already aware of like the technical reminders and things to be aware of as you compete in this Zoom call. So if you can take a moment, all athletes, to take a screenshot or photo of this call order so that you can be aware of when you are going after whom, that would be amazing. So we'll just take a couple of seconds to stay on this screen right now so that you can get settled in and take a photo and take note of when you are going. As you can see here, we will be having 16 athletes compete in these semifinals. We're starting off with Carly, Sage, Samantha Valdez, and Ria Agarwal in that order. And if it happens that you have any technical difficulties or scheduling conflicts with your team members as we proceed, please definitely reach out to the tournament coordinators ASAP. And as a note to anybody who is tuning in right now, the athletes will be performing a Poomsae called Kumgang for this semifinal round. And we will be having our athletes go in this order. So starting off with Carly in a moment. We're just going to take a few more seconds to take a look at the call order to get settled in so that we can start off this division. All right, and I think our judges are also ready to go. And it looks like Carly is also ready to go as well. So we'd like to get this show on the road with our first competitor for the semifinals. So up first, we have Carly Sage.
Good. Cheer up. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. 자.
All right, that was Carly from Master G's Taekwondo kicking off the female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals with Kumgang. Carly's accuracy score is coming in at 2.47. And while we wait for her presentation score, just wanted to share some fun facts about Carly. She is class of 2024 at Snohomish High School, and she says that her favorite class is English and her least favorite is science. Can relate to that as well. And Carly's presentation score is coming in at 3.67, the total of 6.13, and placing in first because she is our first competitor kicking everything off for us for these semifinals. All right, great job to Carly. We are moving on to our next competitor. On deck is Samantha Valdez.
Cheer up. 준비. Or kunye. 준비. 시작. Pro. 자.
All right, and that was Samantha from Team Kim Bo-hyun with an accuracy score already coming in at 3.13. Samantha is a class of 2023 student at Albany High. And for her fun memories about Taekwondo that she has shared with us, she says she just likes training with her friends in general, which I definitely agree with. And her presentation score is coming in at 4.13 for a total of 7.27, which places her at first place currently. All right, and next up, our third competitor is Ria.
Trip. kunye. 준비. 시작. Pro. 자.
All right, and that was Ria from Dongwon-gyolley USA Poomsae team performing Kumgang for the Poomsae semifinals. It really seems that this dojang has multiple athletes competing in this tournament, so that is pretty exciting to see all those names listed on the Zoom name. And Ria's accuracy score is coming in at 3.00. Right, and we have just as a note to anyone who's joining in or jumping in just now to watch on the YouTube live stream, we have 16 competitors competing in these the female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. And Ria, we have just watched Ria, third athlete, perform her Poomsae, and we have 13 athletes remaining. And as a note, the top 8 athletes for this round will be advancing to the finals. And then after that also will be the kicking challenge. So a lot of fun things to see from our female junior black belt competitors today. And just waiting for the presentation scores to come in. And as a note, just wanted to give another big shout out to the tournament committee members and our wonderful judges behind the screens, or behind the screens, I guess, behind the curtains, making sure that everything is running smoothly as possible in the background, and really giving their time and energy and commitment to give a wonderful experience, as much of a wonderful experience as possible to everyone who is joining here today. So big shout out to everyone who is working behind the scenes. And of course, a wonderful big shout out to all of the athletes and coaches and supporting members, like families and friends, who have been really making this energy and excitement possible to make this tournament a big day for all the athletes. All right, and we have Ria's presentation score coming in at 3.97 for a total of 6.97, which places her in second place for now. Okay, we'll move on to our next competitor, Alyssa Shim.
Trip. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Pro. 자.
All right, that was Alyssa from Champions Martial Arts as our fourth competitor for the female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. Oh, I just realized that there is another Alyssa performing, competing in the NCTA championships today. So that is not the correct fun facts information for Alyssa. So I'm not going to read that, but let's see. So just as a note to everybody who's jumping in this afternoon, for the first time, we are having it's called preliminaries, semifinals, and then finals rounds for the female junior black belt division, which is for ages 15 to 17. And Alyssa's scores have come in with a rush for a total of 6.83, which is currently placing her at 3rd place. All right, and we have our 1st through 4th place athletes right there right now for the standings, and we'll move on to our next athlete. Up next is Grace Ryu.
접, 그녀, 준비, 시작. 바로 자.
All right, and that was Grace Ryu from Eagles Taekwondo. Grace's accuracy score is coming up already for her Kumgang performance with a score of 3.23. And we are currently waiting for her presentation score. And while we are waiting, I can share some fun facts about this tournament, maybe. And take a little bit of a change things up. Or before we do that, her presentation score is already coming in at 4.17 for a total score of 7.40. Take a look at the standings. Grace's 7.0 score, 7.40 score places her at 1st place for now. And we see our 1st through 5th place standings currently for all of our athletes. And we'll move on to our next competitor, Sky Mitchell.
접, 그녀, 준비, 시작. 바로 자.
All right, that was Sky from Han Martial Arts. Sky's accuracy score is coming in at 3.07. And you may hear my dog barking in the background, and I truly apologize for him being excited about something that I can't see outside. Sky is a class of 2024 student at Head Royce School. And she says that she is a competitive snowboarder and she also likes to paint and play the piano. Snowboarding, that's awesome, Sky. All right. And her presentation score is coming in at 3.97 for a total of 7.03, which currently places her in third place. All right. And we will move on to our next competitor, Irene Ho.
Trip. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, that was Irene Ho from Dowongsule, USA, who was our seventh competitor for this Poomsae semifinals round for female junior black belt division. Irene's accuracy score is coming in at 2.80. And just a fun fact about the NCTA tournament that's going on right now. This is the third live online tournament that is happening this year, and everybody's giving it their best during these times to perform virtually for these tournaments. So thank you again to all athletes for giving it your best. Irene's presentation score is coming in at 3.77 for a total of 6.57. And that currently places her in sixth place. All right, and a quick look at our current standings right there before we move on to our next athlete. Let's see, our next athlete will be Kiara Flotildes, if she is ready to go. Not quite yet, so I will read off our current first place through seventh place competitors. So first place is Grace Ryu, second place Samantha Valdez, third place Sky Mitchell, fourth place Ria Agrawal, fifth place Alyssa Shim, sixth place Irene Ho, and seventh place Carly Sage. And Kiara's ready to go, so I will pass it on to Kiara.
Trip. kunye. 준비. 시작. Pro. Cha.
All right, that was Kiara from Team ATMA. Kiara is a student at Reservoir High School class of 2023. And some interesting facts about Kiara. She says that she has a twin sister. And I think I've actually seen a couple of competitors today mentioning that they have a twin sibling in here. So that's pretty cool. Another fun fact that she is part of a student-led crafts for charity organization. That's really cool, Kiara. And her total score for Kumgang is 7.30, which brings her to a current standing of second place. All right, quick look at the standings there before we move on to our next competitor. All right, and next up is Yuri Kim.
Chirp. Kunye. Junbi. Sejak. Pro. Cha.
All right, and that was Yuri Kim from Doangule, USA, one of many competitors competing from this dojang. Yuri is our 9th competitor to go for this semifinals for this female junior black belt division. So we are a little bit over halfway through this semifinals round. Yuri's accuracy score is coming in at 3.23. And we are just waiting for the presentation score to come in. And again, this is all done live as the athletes are performing their Poomsae. Yuri's total score is coming out to 7.30. Let's take a look at the standing. So Yuri's score brings her to 3rd place. And overall score is tied with Kiara, but in the case of a tied final score, the standings will go to the higher standings will go to the competitor with the higher average presentation score that you can see there on the right. Fun fact. All right, and next up, our next competitor is Victoria Sui.
Chirp. Kunye. Junbi. Sejak. Pro. Sha.
All right, that was Victoria Shu from Doongule, USA, performing Kumgang. Some fun facts about the NCTA tournament that I can share. So this tournament actually selects national teams each year for events like the World University Games, the FISU FISU America Games, the World University Taekwondo Festival, and other international events. So this tournament is actually a pretty big deal for those of you who may be jumping in for the first time ever today, just to let you know. All right, and Victoria's total score is coming out to 7.00. Let's take a look at the standings. And that brings Victoria to 6th place. And overall, we have 1st place right now is Grace, 2nd place Kiara, 3rd place Yuri, and 4th place Samantha, and 5th place Sky, 6th place Victoria, 7th place Ria, and 8th place Alyssa. So as a reminder, our top 8 competitors will be moving on to the finals. As a reminder for those of you who are joining in just now. All right, up next is Yewon Jong.
Chep. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Pro. Sha.
Okay, that was Yewon from JYT USA, going as our 11th competitor for the Poomsae semifinals for female junior black belt. Yewon enjoys reading, hanging out with friends, and also walking or running around the neighborhood. And all right, that was very quick. The presentation score for Yewon is coming out at 4.07 for a total of 7.27. And that brings her to 5th place in the current standings. Let's take a really quick look at the current standings before we move on to our 12th competitor. All right, and next up is Chloe Tan.
Chep. kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. Cha.
All right, and that was Chloe from Team Kim Bo-hyun. And let's see if I have some fun facts that I can share about Chloe. Yes, we do. Chloe says that her favorite classes at school are PE and ceramics. I remember talking about how I was envious of people having ceramics classes in high school. So I remember commentating on that. And Chloe says that her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include baking, biking, and traveling. It's really awesome. And a couple of the judges, or a couple of us, or the tournament committee members, I should say, are commenting on how some people's home setups are really, really inclined towards a clean, like a mini home dojang setup, which is really cool to see. Now I was kind of wondering if that fireplace in the background was, if you could turn that on, Chloe, and make it really kind of seem like a fiery. It'll probably be really hot in there if you do so. So maybe that's not a good idea. But Chloe's accuracy score is coming in at 2.90. We're just taking a moment to wait for the presentation scores to come in. As a reminder to anyone who's just jumping in, all of this is being scored live in real time as the athletes compete on the screen. There's a lot of background work going on, and our judges are really giving it their all. And it seems that we have 4 remaining athletes for this round. So we're doing really great with everyone knowing when they are on deck and ready to go. Thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation so far. Really showing excellent sportsmanship and execution there as well. Everyone seems to be really knowing their stuff and how to go about this virtual tournament. Really impressive. All right, and Chloe's total score is coming out to 6.83, which currently places her at 9th place. Let's take a quick look at the standings once again. So as a reminder to our athletes and competitors, top 8 will be moving on to finals. All right, and our next competitor is Anika Tsutsumi.
Trip. Kunye. 준비. 시작. Bro. 자.
All right, that was Anika from US Tigers performing Kungang. Anika is a student at Battlefield High School. Battlefield High School, that's a pretty cool name. And class of 2022. And some fun memories Anika shares about Taekwondo is going to tournaments with her friends and cheering for her friends and teammates until the sparring team. Oh, cheering for her teammates and the sparring team until everyone is done. That's definitely great to hear. And hopefully we'll be having more in-person tournaments coming up pretty soon. Fingers crossed. Right. And Annika's total score is coming out to 7.20. And that brings her to current standing of 6th place. All right, quick look at our standings once again before moving on to our next competitor. All right, and up next we have Caitlin Reclusado.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, that was Caitlin from Dongwon, USA. Caitlin is a student at Westport High School, and she shares some pretty cool facts about herself concerning Taekwondo. So Caitlin won the 2020 World Taekwondo Online Poomsae Championships, and she just made the 2021 National Poomsae team and is currently competing at the World Taekwondo Challenge as a USA Taekwondo national team member. Really impressive and so cool to hear. Oof. All right, and Caitlin's total score is coming out at 7.33. And that currently places her in 2nd place. So a quick look once again at our standings. And just as a reminder, we have the top 8 competitors will be moving on to finals. Awesome. All right. And now we have our 15th competitor for this round, Sophia Jeffrey.
접. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자,
All right, and that was Sophia from Doanguli, USA. Sophia is a student at Tesoro High School, class of 2024. And some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has is that she remembers when she did flips with her team, and it was fun because she finally learned how to do an aerial. Pretty cool. I am jealous. I've always wanted to learn how to do an aerial, and I never got around to that. I can only do up to round offs because I used to do gymnastics when I was little. Hopefully, I'll get to also do an aerial someday, just like you, Sophia. All right, and Sophia's total score has come out to 6.67. And let's take a look at the standings. And Sophia's score brings her to 13th place. All right, and our Zoom operator is checking in on some things with our ringmaster. Thanks so much, Leo. All right, and so we just had Sophia perform, and is currently in 13th place, and we have our standings all the way up to our 15th competitor, and now we have our last competitor for this round, Kelly Wang.
접, 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자,
All right, and that was Kelly Wang from Eagles Taekwondo, our last competitor for this female junior black belt Poomsae semifinals. So just as a reminder to our semifinalists, the semifinals rounds competitors who are still in the Zoom room, please be prepared so when we announce the top 8 competitors from this round, we will be moving into the finals round after a 1-minute break. So just please be prepared to start the finals round. And of course, please try to stay in the Zoom room so that we don't have to chase you down to get the finals round going. Just some heads up to our competitors right now. And if I understand correctly, the order for the finals will be in reverse order of the standings for the semifinals, top 8. So it will go from 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd and 1st once you advance to the finals. All right, so Kelly's scores are coming in for a total score of 7.20, which brings her into 8th place, which means that she will be advancing to the finals. All right, and that was our last competitor for the semifinal round. So let's take a look at the final standings for the semifinals. We have in first place Grace Ryu, second place Caitlin Reclusado, third place Kiara Flotildes, fourth place Yuri Kim, fifth place Samantha Valdez, sixth place Yeonwon Jong, seventh place Annika Tsutsumi, and eighth place Kelly Wang. So first through 8th place competitors, congratulations. You'll be moving on to the final round. Please be prepared to go. I believe we will be starting with Kelly, which means that you will be going back to back, but we will be taking a very brief break in between. So please take this time to get a breather and stretch and do whatever you need, get hydrated and be ready to go. We will be showing our call order for the finals rounds in the next screen in just a moment. So that everyone can take a look and see at what timing they will be going in the finals rounds. I believe that the finals sheet is getting ready or getting prepared to be shown on the screen in just a moment. So if everybody could be if everyone could take just a moment to get a screenshot or a photo of that when it's ready, that would be great. It'll be on the screen very shortly. So please keep an eye out for that. And again, a big congratulations to all of our semifinals competitors who just competed with Kumgang in their groups in the semifinals just now, after advancing from the Group A and Group B preliminaries. Big round of applause to all of our athletes. We just finished competing in the semifinals, and we are now going to be going into the finals rounds for female junior black belt Poomsae competition. So again, the call order on screen is first up, Kelly Wang, second, Anika Tsumi, third, Yuan Jung, fourth, Samantha Valdez. So please be prepared to go in that order. All right, and I think we are ready to get this show on the road. So I will be handing it over to the judges, and we will be starting off the finals rounds with Kelly Wang.
Trip. 그냥. 준비. 시작. 브로. 자.
All right, and that was Kelly from Eagles Taekwondo, starting us off as our first competitor for the finals round for female junior black belt Poomsae division. As a note to anybody who's joining in just now, for the finals round, our athletes will be performing 2 Poomsae per athlete. So the first Poomsae will be Taeguk 4, second Poomsae will be Taebek. And they will be going back to back. So we will be seeing Kelly's Taeguk 4 scores and then jumping right away into Kelly's Taebek performance. We see now on the screen that Kelly's accuracy score is coming out to 3.30 for Taeguk 4. And we're just waiting for the presentation scores to come in from the judges. We have 8 finalists going up for this final round for this division. So let's see how this competition goes. And right after that, we will also have our kicking challenge for this division as well. So something to look out for. All right, and it might be that our judges are having needing just a little bit of time to refresh and calibrate their scoring application so that everything can be sent in. It also might just be that as the day goes on, there's more data coming in for these scores to be presented on the screen. So it might just take some time for some numbers to come up on the screen. In the meantime, Kelly, please just take a moment to relax. We will let you know when you need to be ready again to go for your second form. All right, so it just seems to be that our accuracy scores have also disappeared from the screen. So we're just figuring out something because it seems that something got stuck in the background for the technical aspects of the scoring system. So again, Kelly, thanks so much. Just please relax. I'm going to take a moment, a short break, technical break, if you will. And see where we come back from here. All right, our accuracy scores are back up. All right, just some few more moments. I think just things are taking a moment to refresh and show up on the screen. So let's just take a moment to refresh the logistics for this tournament while we are waiting for the judges to figure this out. All right, so we have had our rounds of preliminaries and semifinals so far. For all of our top 8 finalists to come here for this finals round to perform Taeguk 4 and Taebaek. And in the preliminaries, we had, I believe, 2 groups of 15 competitors, which means that there were 30 competitors to start with. And now we are here with the final 8. Or this female ages 15 to 17 division. And we will be moving on next to the kicking challenge after this, which is a new endeavor that we're trying out in the NCTA as an online live event. It's pretty cool to look out for in the near future in a few minutes after these finals are done for the Poomsae. Some fun facts about these Poomsae championships that are happening online. So this is the 3rd live online tournament that the NCTA is hosting during these times where we are not quite able to host in-person tournaments logistically. And athletes and coaches and participating teams have really been showing their creativity and perseverance and indomitable spirit throughout their training this year to make the most of their situation. And they've been keeping up their training for so many months despite so many hurdles in space constraints and methods of coaching and so on when we're not able to meet in person in large groups. And it seems that, this new format of hosting all these big events in virtual format will continue perhaps for a while as we battle this current ongoing pandemic. But athletes and coaches are taking initiative to really understand the format and make the most of what they can do during these times. And they are continuing to really develop their skills and keep up the level of training despite all that's going on. So it's a really amazing feat that everyone here is gathered and joined online today to show all of the hard work that they have put into this training throughout this year. All right, and it seems that our judges are still figuring out just a little bit of a connection issue or something that's just going on technically and not as a matter of scores. It's just a technical issue. Right, so as we are getting this figured out, Kelly, if you want, or to your coaches as well, it's okay if you would like to turn your camera off and just take a breather for a moment. We apologize for the wait, and we really appreciate your patience. Just giving a few moments for the judges to clear this little hiccup that is going on. Thank you so much, and great job in keeping up your concentration and keeping things stretched out and ready to go. We're just going to take a moment to figure out this hiccup, and we'll be right back as soon as we have cleared this technical difficulty. All right. Kelly, thank you so much for your patience. And we have safely gotten all of the judges' scores in. The judges were inputting their scores live in real time. It was just a matter of getting the numbers up on the screen. So thank you again for your patience, and everything is on there safely. And we see now that Kelly's score is a total for Taeguk 4 is a total of 7.37. Thank you so much again. And we are ready to move on to Kelly's next form, next Poomsae Taebek.
Trip. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, thank you so much again, Kelly, for your patience and persevering through that wait. And we are waiting now. We are coming in with scores for Kelly's second Poomsae Taebek. And as a note to anybody who is jumping in, or as a refresher for anyone who is rather new to how these tournaments are run, each athlete will be performing 2 Poomsaes for this final round. And as you can see there, there are performing Taeguk 4 and Taebek per athlete. And then each of those scores will be added and averaged to get the final Poomsae score, which will be used to determine their standings. So we are now waiting for the accuracy score to come in for Kelly. And as a note, accuracy score is out of a total of 4 points. Presentation score is out of a total of 6 points. And again, this is the female junior black belt, ages 15 to 17, Poomsae finals. And we are coming here from all the way from the preliminary round, 2 groups of preliminary rounds, and then semifinals, and now we are here in the finals. This is the 3rd NCTA tournament that is being held online this year. And the NCTA online tournament is a tournament that selects national teams each year for events like the World University Games, FISU America Games, World University Taekwondo Festival, and other international events. And we have various current and formal national team members competing today in various divisions. And it's very exciting to see everyone. Although it's virtual, very exciting to see everyone give it their all in this event. And we already are seeing really amazing performances from our cadet and junior competitors so far in this spring. We see that Kelly's accuracy score is coming in at a 3.27. And the presentation score has arrived, 4.13, for a total of 7.40. And as I mentioned before, the final Poomsae score is an average of the 2, coming out to 7.39. All right, and that was Kelly's performance in this final round. Thank you so much again for persevering through some technical difficulties on our side. And we will be moving on to the next competitor, Anika Tsutsumi.
Cheer up. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was our second competitor for the female junior black belt Poomsae finals, Annika from US Tigers. And Annika is a student at Battlefield High School, class of 2022. And as a note, I get to share some fun facts about each of our athletes if they have submitted an athlete survey prior to this tournament. And Annika says that some hobbies outside of her Taekwondo commitments include playing the cello, enjoying doing crafty things with her hands like origami and drawing. That's awesome. And Annika's the Taekwondo 4 score has come out to 7.17. We'll be moving on to her second Poomsae performance.
cheer up. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was Annika from US Tigers performing her second Poomsae for their finals round. Moving on to more fun facts about Annika. She mentions that some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has is going to tournaments with her friends and cheering for her teammates and the sparring team until everyone is done. It's a really great sentiment to share that you're not quite done competing until your entire team is done competing. And that might also include until everyone gets home safely as well, if this was an in-person tournament. It's a great sentiment there, Annika. And her TAPEX score comes out to 7.30 for a final Poomsae score of 7.24. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly. All right, and right now we have in first place Kelly and second place Annika. We will move on to our third competitor now, Yeon Jung.
cheer up. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was Yewon from JYT USA performing her first Poomsae, Taeguk 4. Again, as a note, all finalists will be performing 2 Poomsae for this finals round, going back to back. The first Poomsae will be Taeguk 4, and the second Poomsae will be Taebaek. Some fun facts that I get to share about Yewon for anybody who is tuning in right now. Yewon's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes reading and hanging out with friends. I'm honestly kind of wondering if we can't like share fun facts about athletes as they are going in-person tournaments as well, once we're all back in gymnasiums and stadiums, once we're all back in-person tournaments. It'll be really cool to hear some fun facts of the athletes as they go. All right, and Yewon's Taeguk 4 scores coming out to 7.47. And we will now see Yewon's second Poomsae Taebaek.
Trip. 준비. 시작. 브로. 샤.
All right, apologies for that moment of silence. Yewon's, oh, thank you. All right, and Yewon's Taebaek scores coming in at 7.37 for a final Poomsae score of 7.42. All right, great job, Yewon. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly before moving on to our next competitor. Or no standings, which is cool too. Let's see if Yewon standings can be shown on the screen before we move on to our next competitor. That's okay. All right, we will move on to our next competitor then, Samantha Valdez.
trip. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 브로. 샤.
All right, that was Samantha Valdez from Team Kim Bo-hyun. Her accuracy scores are already coming in for her Taeguk 4 performance at 3.33. Samantha says that outside of Taekwondo, her hobbies include baking. She also enjoys gaming and spending time with her family. Her average, her Taeguk 4 score total is coming out to 7.63. We'll now move on to her second Poomsae.
trip. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was Samantha's second Poomsae performance of Taebek, and her accuracy score is coming in at 3.37. Samantha says that her fun memories of Taekwondo is just training with her friends in general. I definitely can relate with that. All right, and her Taebek score is at 7.63. So same scores for both Poomsae, and her final Poomsae score is 7.63. Let's take a quick look at the standings. Thank you so much to our lovely Zoom operator. And right now, we currently have Samantha in first, Yeowon in second, Kelly in third, and Anka in fourth. Up next is our fifth competitor, Yuri Kim.
쭉. 그냥. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, that was Yuri Kim from Donghyuli, USA, performing her first Poomsae for her finals round, Taeguk 4. Yuri's accuracy score is coming in at 3.37. And we are waiting for her presentation scores to come in. And we are a little bit over halfway through this female junior black belt division. All right, and are moving on to our next Poomsae for Yuri.
쭉. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was Yuri's performance for her second Poomsae for this finals round. Taebek, and just to clarify, Yuri's score for her first Poomsae Taeguk 4 was 7.60. I don't think I ever got to say that out loud, so just to clarify, Taeguk 4, her first Poomsae was 7.60, and her second Poomsae, Taebek, It's coming out to 7.53 for an average final score of 7.57. And that places her in second place in the current standings. All right, moving on to our sixth competitor, Kiara Flotildes.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, that was Kiara from Team ATMA. Kiara's a student at Reservoir High School, class of 2023. And she lists her favorite class as math or favorite classes as math and science. That's awesome. Kiara's accuracy score for Taekwondo 4 is coming in at 3.40. And we're just waiting for those presentation scores to come in from our judges who are inputting these scores in real time as the athletes perform their Poomsae. All right, and Kiara's final score for Taekwondo 4 is 7.77. All right, and now we will have our second Poomsae performance from Kiara.
Chip. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자.
All right, and that was Kiara's second Poomsae performance, doing Taebek right there. And her accuracy scores are already coming in at a 3.40. Kiara says that she has a sister and she likes collaborating with her sister to record cover songs in her spare time. That sounds really fun. All right, and we have her final scores coming in. For Taebek, 7.73, which leads Kiara's final Poomsae score to be 7.75. Let's take a look at the standings. Kiara's score brings her at first place in the current standings, and followed by Samantha Valdez, second place, Yuri Page Kim, third place, Ye Wong at fourth place, Kelly at fifth place, and Annika at sixth place. All right, let's move on to our seventh competitor, Caitlin Reclusado.
Chip. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로.
All right, that was Caitlin from Dongwangale, USA, performing Taeguk 4 as her first poomsae for the finals round. Caitlin's accuracy score is coming in at 3.30. And just waiting on the presentation scores. As some fun facts, I mentioned earlier that there are many current and former national team members competing in today's tournament, and Caitlin is one of them. All right, Taeguk 4 score for Caitlin is 7.60, and we will now move on to her second poomsae.
Chip, 준비. 시작. Bro. 자.
All right, and that was Caitlin's second poomsae performance of Taebek, with her accuracy score coming in at 3.40. Just to mention some interesting facts that Caitlin lists, which are also synonymous with her Taekwondo accomplishments. She has won the 2020 World Taekwondo Online Poomsae Championships, and she is currently competing at World Taekwondo Challenge as a USA Taekwondo national team member, and she has also made the 2021 national poomsae team. It's really awesome, again, to say that out loud and list those accomplishments for Caitlin. All right, and Caitlin's Taebek score is 7.77 with a final poomsae score of 7.69. Let's take a look at the standings. All right, so right now we have Caitlin's score is placing her at second place. And we just have one more athlete to go for this finals round. So our last athlete for this division, female junior black belt, Poomsae finals, will be Grace Ryu.
Chip, 그녀. 준비. 시작. Bro. 자.
All right, that was Grace from Eagles Taekwondo performing Taeguk 4 for her first poomsae with an accuracy score right now coming in at 3.30. As a note, again, as I mentioned, Grace is our final competitor for this division. And we will be moving on to the kicking challenge right after this. So everyone please stay on board for that as well. All right, Grace's score was 7.50, and we will now move on to her second poomsae.
Chip, 준비. 시작. Pro. Cha.
All right, and that was Grace's performance of her second Poomsae, Taebek. And Grace is a class of 2024 student at Diamond Bar High School. She enjoys baking and art outside of Taekwondo as well. All right, and a great job so far to all of our finalist competitors who have been powering through this female junior black belt Poomsae division. Grace's accuracy score for Taebek is coming in at 3.30. And we're now just waiting for this final presentation score to come in, which will determine our bronze, silver, and gold medalists and our top 8 competitor standings. Really exciting. All right, and we've got identical scores for both Poomsae, so 7.50 across the board for Grace's first and second Poomsae, which brings her to, or which brings final standings. So that places Grace in 5th place. So let's take a look at the final standings for this division. We have in 4th place, or bronze medal, since in our tournaments, in this NCTA tournament, we will have 2 bronze medals. So as in bronze, or bronze medal, is Yuri Kim from Dowongyule, USA. Again, bronze is Samantha Valdez from Team Kim Bohyun. Silver, or 2nd place, is Caitlin Marie Recusado from, again, Dowongyule, USA. And 1st place gold medalist is Chiara Flotildes from Team ATMA. All right, congratulations to all of our medalists in the female junior black belt Poomsae division, and a big congratulations to all 8 finalists. So again, Grace Ryu, Yoo-won Jung, Kelly Wang, and Anika Tsutsumi in 5th place, 6th place, 7th place, and 8th place respectively. A big round of applause to all of the athletes who gave it their all through this pretty incredible, rigorous division, and also for powering through maybe some difficult technical difficulties or anything that came up along the way. Great job to all. And again, thank you so much to all athletes and coaches, friends, family for supporting each and every one of our athletes who just competed, and to our TC members, current tournament committee members, and judges for running everything in the background and giving it their all to keep running this tournament and get things moving. We're next going to be moving on to our kicking challenge. Sorry, I'm going to be catching up with some things. Right, we are moving on to our kicking challenge straight away. So thank you everyone again to our Poomsae competitors, and now on to the kicking challenge finals for female junior black belts. We have Jenna Do and Sophia Saithong as our competitors. And first up will be Jenna Do, followed by Sophia. So we're just going to make sure that our competitors are ready to go and getting settled in, and also that our judges are getting calibrated and getting set up in the background. So just one moment to our athletes, if you could get ready to go. Yes, and I believe both Jenna and Sophia, you may be familiar with the technicalities, but once you're on deck, if you could turn on your microphone and video, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And we are just getting the judges settled in so that they can also be ready to go. All right, just one second as the judges are getting set up. Thank you so much. If you can just take a moment to relax right now. All right, just waiting for a few more thumbs ups from our judges, and I think we are almost ready to go. Just a moment. And as a reminder to anybody who's just jumping in right now, the kicking challenge is 30 seconds of target kicking with some required elements of movement, such as attacking and defensive movements and stepping and head kicks and spinning kicks. So keep an eye out for that as Jenna performs her kicking challenge. All right, I think we are ready to go. Thank you for your patience, Jenna, and I'm going to hand it over to the judges so that we can get this show on the road.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작. Come on.
All right, and that was Jenna from World Class Tiger Eye Taekwondo, kicking it off literally for our kicking challenge finals for the female junior black belt division. All right, and Jenna is a student at Woodson High School, class of 2022. And she earned her 4th degree black belt in 2018 and has been training since she was 2.5 years old in Taekwondo. Really impressive. Just want to share some fun facts about this kicking challenge because this may be new for a lot of you. The mechanics of scoring are actually pretty similar to Poomsae. So it's a 4 points total for accuracy, 6 points total for presentation. And the presentation has 3 categories worth 2 points each, which are explosiveness and speed, and then footwork and connection, and then expression and sparring realism. So you need to tell a compelling story through your movements in this kicking challenge. So it's a little bit of a new endeavor that NCTA is bringing to you. This is really exciting. And Jenna's kicking challenge total score right here, as we can see, is 7.80.
You got
All right, and
8.
on deck, question mark, yes, is next up is Sophia Seitong.
Chip. Kanye. 준비. 시작.
Step.
Come on.
Follow.
All right, and that was Sophia from USA Taekwondo Center Oceanside. It's our second competitor for this kicking challenge division. As you guys could see, the kicking challenge really needs a work between the athlete and the target holder. Is very different from the dynamics that we see in the Poomsae competition. And so really exciting and definitely a different vibe that we can bring to this virtual tournament. So I am personally very excited to see all this. All right, and Sophia's accuracy score for that kicking challenge is a 3.57 and presentation score 4.53 for a total of 8.10. let's take a look at the final standings since those were our two competitors for this division. So in second place or silver medal, we have Jenna Do. And in first place and gold medal, we have Sophia Seitang. So congratulations and a really great job to both athletes for really giving it their all. And it was really wonderful to hear those intense, the sound of impact on the paddles. And I really enjoyed hearing and watching that from both of you. So that brings it a close to this kicking challenge finals division. And thank you again, athletes and coaches, for giving it your all on the mats. All right, and next, I do believe that we are going to take a short break before moving on to our next division, which will be a female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, group A, which will be starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yes, I am correct. Okay, great. All right, so thank you again to our female juniors or female 15 to 17 years old division for both the Poomsae and the kicking challenge. Really saw great spirit from all of our athletes in those divisions. And we will be taking a short break. So if the female collegiate black belt Poomsae group A, preliminary group A athletes can start signing on and get prepared to start at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, that'll be wonderful. And if everybody can also try a log in after changing their Zoom name to the competitor names, that would be really great, since the tournament coordinators can figure out who is signing in. And again, if you could keep your videos and microphones muted when you're logging in, that would be wonderful as well. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you very, very soon shortly, and we will start the next division at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. All right, everyone, welcome back to the NCTA 2021 Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships in Ring 1. We are going into a new division for the Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Preliminaries Group A. So we will be kicking things off with our prelim groups, and our athletes are getting settled in and set up, I believe. So before we jump into our Poomsae performances, we are going to go through introducing our wonderful judges who will be inputting scores and judging the athletes' Poomsae presentations for these for this division. See if our judges are able to turn on their cameras. Yes, they are. Thank you so much. All right, and we are running a little bit short on time, I believe. I'm going to try to share some fun facts about each person if they have shared something in the survey. In order, I'm going to go in my screen order. We have Johnny Hendricks. Good evening, sir, or a good evening in my time in East Coast time. We have Mark Giannis. Hello, sir, calling in from Valley Stream, New York. And just a fun fact about Mark Giorgianis, Judge Giorgianis, that he is an editor-in-chief of Taekwondo Life magazine. And the latest issue of that magazine's cover story is former NCTA President Young Chin Pak. That's awesome to know. All right, and next up on my screen, I have Stephanie Imhoff. Thank you, ma'am. Some fun memories of she has about Taekwondo is refereeing at 2019 Nationals, and that was her first time going to Nationals as a team from her school. Very exciting. I think I may have been there to TC, but maybe it was 2019 for me. All the years are blending together for me now. So, all right, and next is Nicholas Diaz. Hello, sir. Calling in from Atlanta, Georgia. Some fun memories about Taekwondo that he has is having a great time with his referee family after 12 hours in a ring. Woof. Yes, very much a fun family bonding time for sure. And then next we have Elva Adams calling in. Hello, ma'am. And fun facts that I'll love to share maybe later on about you, and I'll communicate with you about that on Messenger. And then we have Alice DePace on screen. Hello, ma'am, from Sudbury, Massachusetts. And some fun memories she has is testing for her first dan with her son, who was also testing along with her, but for his fourth dan. So some family belt testing is something really treasuring, memories that we can treasure, I'm sure. And let's see if, so I think some of our judges are not able to turn their cameras on right now, but we have Keshav Grushankar as well. And I think that is it. And we have gone through everybody. So thank you so much to our wonderful judges who've been working so hard through this entire day so far. And athletes, these are your judges who will be calling and refereeing for your Poomsae. So thank you again to each and every one of you. And we will be moving on to some technical reminders for our athletes. All right. Okay, thank you. Yes, we are going on to our technical reminders. So for our collegiate athletes right now, we're signing in for the preliminaries. Here's a few reminders. Please make sure to turn off your video and microphone until you are called on deck. But when you are called on deck, please do turn on your video so that our Zoom coordinator can spotlight you and transition to your Poomsae performance nice and smoothly. Please set your Zoom name to your competitor name. And if you have multiple athletes signing on one device, please make sure to list all of your athletes in your Zoom name. Please keep virtual backgrounds and effects off on your Zoom camera so that we can focus on your Poomsae. And make sure to stay in frame during your performance Any hand or leg or feet movements that go off screen will be counted as a deduction for your Poomsae score. So keep that in mind. But as a note, restarting your Poomsae due to any technical difficulties will not be penalized at all. So if we have any issues with your video camera or any glitching that's going on due to technical difficulties, that is not your problem at all. So that will not be penalized. Please, on that note, please turn off any other internet-enabled devices that might be going on in the background so that your connection for this Zoom call can be strong and will have no technical difficulties, hopefully. And last two, please stay in the Zoom meeting until the round results are announced. But after the round results are announced, those athletes who are moving on to the next round are asked to stay in the room. But everyone else, if you can kindly leave the room so that we can ensure that the participants in this Zoom call are limited to our competitors. That will be really wonderful and it will help ensure us keep things running smoothly. All right, with all that, let's go on to our competition. I think our judges are ready to go. So as a note, here is our call order for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae prelims, group A. If athletes or coaches or anybody who's helping out the athletes compete today can take a moment to take a screenshot or a photo of this call order, that'll be great. And if you can reference that as the athletes compete one by one, you'll be able to see what your call order number is and which athlete you are going after. So that'll help keep running things smoothly as well. I'm just going to take a few more seconds for everyone to get a chance to take a photo of this if needed. And as we see, first up will be Katie Newhart, second will be Yerim Jong, and third will be Kyra Kozar. Kyra Kozar. That will be our first three athletes to go. And as a note, our athletes will be performing the Poomsae Pyeongwon for the preliminaries. Okay, with that being said, I think we are ready to go with our first competitor, Katie Newhart.
Yep. Hey. Wait. Yep. Yo. Sure. Yep. Yeah.
All right, and that was Katie from University of Vermont kicking things off for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries. Now, Katie's accuracy score is coming in at 2.73. And again, as a reminder, our athletes are performing the Poomsae Pyeongwon for the preliminary, for this preliminary round in the female collegiate black belt division. And Katie is UVM class of 2023 and more fun facts to come. All right, Katie's total score for Pyeongwon is coming to 6.33 and currently in first place as our first competitor. Next up is Yerim Jong.
Yep. Hey. Wait. Yep. 로, 조, 역, 흔히,
All right, and that was Yerim from University of Albany, I believe, Birmingham. Class, let's see, class of 2023. Performing Pyeongwang, and her accuracy score is coming in at 3.03. Yerim is majoring in kinesiology. Kinesiology, I said that right. And her favorite class in school is human anatomy and chemistry, and her least favorite is biology. All right, and some fun memories that Yerim has with about Taekwondo is competing with or even against groups of close friends. Sounds about right. And Yerim's accuracy score and presentation scores are in for a total of 7.03. And that brings her current standing in first place. Let's just take a really quick look at the standings so that we can get in the rhythm and flow of showing. Thank you so much to our lovely Zoom operator, Leo. All right, and that's our current standings, and we will move on to our next competitor, Katie Lynch.
역, 흔히, 미, 역, 로, 조, 역, 흔히,
All right, and that was Katie from New York University, class of 2020. She is a master's student or as a master's in public health at NYU. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Katie include hiking, photography, and learning new languages. Some fun memories that Katie has about Taekwondo includes competing in the ECTC, which is the Eastern Collegiate Taekwondo Conference, in college and in graduate school. A lot of competition background there. Oh, excuse me on that. All right, and Katie's total score for her Pyeongwang performance is coming out to 6.27, putting her in third place. Let's take a quick look at the current standings. Their competitors so far. All right, great job to our competitors who have performed so far. Next up, I believe we have Kate Tierney. Hello, is Kate able to go? Just checking in very quickly for our next competitor who is supposed to be on deck. All right, let's see if Kate is ready to go. Just checking in with her on her camera situation and mic. See that her camera's turned on. Great, awesome. Thank you so much, Kate. And handing it over to you, or handing it over to the judges.
랩, 그니. 준비. 엽. 바로. 저. 랩, 그니.
All right, that was Kate from Columbia College, Chicago, class of 2024. Kate is majoring in graphic design, and some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include painting and hiking. That's pretty cool. And Kate's fun memories that she has about Taekwondo is performing with her dojang's demo team. That really sounds cool. And also all of demo performances are something I really enjoy watching on YouTube as well. So I'm always excited to hear that. And Katie's total score is coming out to 5.80, which currently places her in 4th place. Quick look at our standings before we move on to our next competitor, who is Elise Kim.
랩, 그니. 준비. 엽. 바로. 저. 랩, 그니.
All right, and that was Elise Kim from Princeton University, class of 2024. Elise says that her major is undecided. It's really refreshing to see like a major undecided on these athlete surveys. It really feels like I'm back commentating on the collegiate division now. Elise's accuracy score has come in at 2.63. Right, and let's see what some of Elise's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include reading and learning foreign languages. And Elise's total score has come out to 6.43, which places her in 2nd place at the current standings. All right, great job to all of our athletes so far in these in the preliminaries. We are moving on to our next competitor, Rachel Dowd.
랩, 그니. 준비. 엽. 바로. 저. 랩, 그니.
All right, that was Rachel from University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. And I'm just reminded of what a short and sweet Poomsae that Pyeongwang is. It just feels like everything just goes by really quickly in a flash. So that's something fun to look out for. Rachel's accuracy score is coming in at 2.83. Just as a reminder to athletes, coaches, and people who are watching on the YouTube live stream, that in the preliminary groups, we have currently 16 competitors going, which means the top 8 will be moving on to the semifinals. All right, and Rachel's total score has come out to 6.60. Thank you so much, which brings her at second place in the current standings. All right, let's move on to our next competitor, Emma Murphy.
Yep. Hey. Submit. Yep. Hello. Sure. Yep. Good.
All right, that was Emma from University of Vermont, class of 2021. And Emma is majoring in exercise and movement science. She says her favorite class is kinesiology and her least favorite is chemistry. So as a fun memory that she lists about Taekwondo is traveling to competitions, which we can hopefully all do even one day sooner. And then as an interesting fact that Emma shares about herself, she can say the alphabet backwards, which is really impressive to me because I don't even know what comes after Z, Y. Anyway, moving on. And she also mentions that she is graduating this semester, which brings me to remember to congratulate and give a big congratulations to all of the seniors who are planning or scheduled to graduate this year, and really big thank you for all that you've been doing this past year to support your team, I'm sure, and to keep going with your training during these difficult times as well. So Emma's total score is coming out 6.27, which places her in 5th place in the current standings. So again, a really quick look at our standings as of now. We have first place Yerim Jong, second place Rachel Dowd, third place Elise Kim, fourth place Katie Newhart. And as a reminder, we have 16 competitors total in this group, and the top 8 will be moving on to finals. Right, let's see who our next competitor is. I think there's a little bit of schedule conflict with our competitors, but we are getting ready to move on to our next competitor. All right, next competitor is ready. So we have Elizabeth Zhao.
Yep. Good. Wait. Yep. Hello. Sure. Yep. Good.
All right, and that was Elizabeth from MIT, whose accuracy scores are already coming in at 2.97. Just as a fun fact, the CW Taekwondo account that Elizabeth was just logging in from is hosting several athletes from several schools from the ECTC, Eastern Collegiate Taekwondo Conference. There we go. And it's really great to see a lot of collaboration going on, even between several schools in this tournament. So some fun things to check out. All right, Elizabeth's total score is coming out to 6.90, which brings her to the current standing of second place. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly once again. All right, so we have half of our competitors from the preliminaries group A who have gone already. And we see the current standings there. We'll be moving on to the second half of this group with our next competitor, Destiny.
Yep. Finish. Finish. Yep. Hello. Show. Yep. Finish.
All right, and that was Destiny representing Miracle USA Taekwondo. And I don't see. Yes, so as a fun reminder to all of our athletes, if you do have the time between your Poomsae performances to fill out the athlete commentary, that'll be really great. So I can share some fun facts about you, but I also realize that you need to focus on your competition. So it's no worries at all if you don't have the time. But we have Destiny's scores coming in at 7.20 for Pyeongwon. And that brings her to first place in the current standings. It's a great job there to Destiny. We'll take a look at the standings as we head into the second half of this preliminary round for Group A. All right. And up next is Maylin.
Yep. Finish. Me. Yep. Hello. Show. Yep. Finish.
All right, that was Maylin from Rutgers, class of 2023. Maylin is majoring in Chinese and computer science. So impressive double major there. And she says that her favorite and least favorite classes She answers that I like them all equally. So she doesn't have a favorite or least favorite. It's really impressive, actually, because I have my clear favorites and dislikes for sure. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo that Maylin shares are cooking and eating. And I'm assuming that goes hand in hand. Awesome. All right. So Maylin's total score is coming out to 6.37. And that brings her to a current standing of 6th place. So a quick look at our current standings from 1st through 10th place, as we can see on the screen. All right, and next up is Dana.
Yep. Honey. Wait. Yep. Follow. Show. Yep. Honey.
All right, that was Dana from MIT, class of 2024. Dana is majoring in computation and cognition. And she says her favorite classes are Intro to Latin American and European Fiction. That sounds really interesting. That's awesome. And then her least favorite class is multivariable calculus. All right, that sounds about right. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Dana include photography and archery. That is pretty cool. And I also see that any other fun facts that Dana would like to share with everybody attending here. So she says, go Tech Go to cheer on MIT athletes. Awesome. All right. And Dana's total score is coming out to 6.20. And that brings her in 10th place in the current standings. All right, we have had 11 competitors go so far, and next up is Laura Stegner.
Yep. Honey. Wait. Yep. Follow. Show. Yep. Honey.
All right, that was Laura Stegner from University of Wisconsin-Madison. Laura is a graduate student and studying computer sciences, specializing in human-computer interaction. And she mentions that regarding her favorite and least favorite classes, she says the fun part about grad school is that I only take classes I like. And that sounds awesome for sure. And Laura's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes cooking and baking tasty foods, snuggling with her cat, and reading as much as possible. And she also mentions hiking, practicing yoga, and training for boxing as some of her hobbies as well. And last but not least, she says her PhD research takes most of her time, which is totally understandable. All right, so Laura's total score is coming out to 6.33. And her current standing is eighth place. Right. All right. And those are our current standings on the screen that we see for our 12 competitors who have gone so far. And next up, we have Kira Kozar.
Kuni. 준비. Yep. 바로 저 그네
All right, that was Kira from the Stevens Institute of Technology class of 2023. And Kira is majoring in naval engineering, which sounds really awesome. I really have so much fun learning about all these different majors that all these different schools offer across the country when I'm commentating on these tournaments. So Kira is majoring in naval engineering, and she says her favorite class is multivariable calculus, which I think I remember somebody saying is their least favorite class just a few moments ago. So divided opinion there, I see. And Kira also says the intro to ship design and build is another favorite class of hers. She says she doesn't have a class that she dislikes, which is pretty badass, I would say. And some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has, going to a tournament and seeing her friends from other states or countries. Definitely so. And Kira's total score has come out to 7.23, which places her in first place in the current standings. Great job to Kira and great job to our competitors so far. We have gone through 13 competitors and now we are moving on to our 14th competitor, Sang Miko.
그네 준비. Yep. 바로 좋아. 그네
All right, and that was Song Miko from William and Mary, class of 2022. And she says she is pursuing an MBA. And her her favorite class at William and Mary is communications, and least favorite is finance. All right, and Sangmi's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes cooking and riding her motorcycle. That is really cool. Would love to see, maybe you can ride your motorcycle across a dojang, which is actually probably not a good idea, but that is really cool to hear. Riding her motorcycle and some fun memories that Songmi has about Taekwondo includes eating kimbap made by the Taekwondo moms on tournament days. She says it's literally the best competition food ever, and that makes me very hungry and jealous. All right, and Sagmi's score is coming out to 7.13, which brings her to third place in the current standings, which we will see on the screen in just a moment. All right, and we have gone through 14 competitors so far. We're almost in the last, we are moving on to our last two competitors. Next up, we have Haley Kim.
Yep. Good. To me. Jump. Whoa. So. Yep. Good.
All right, and that was Haley from Cornell University. It's pretty cool to hear the Cornell bells ringing in the background, and also the church across my street has their bells ringing right now as well. So it's just a lot of great soothing bells ringing all across the audio for me right now. So just hitting almost 6:15 over here in East Coast time where I am. All right, okay, all right, and Haley's scores are coming in at a total of 7.03 for Haley's standings to come out to, I can't really see right now, it's coming out to fourth place right now in the current standings. All right, now we are moving on to our last competitor for Group A of these preliminaries. We now have Amanda Lee.
Yep. Good. To me. Yep. Whoa. So. Yep. Good.
All right, and that was Amanda from Rutgers University, class of 2021, going as our final competitor in the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, Group A. I think if Amanda's graduation year is noted as 2021, so I think that means that she is a graduating senior, and this will probably be her last semester. So congratulations and best of luck to Amanda going forth. But all right, and just as a note, right, our accuracy scores will be coming in soon. Amanda has a master's in nutrition, is pursuing master's in nutritional sciences, and her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include video games and hiking. And some memories about Taekwondo that Amanda shares are team dinners after a long day of competing or volunteering together. And I can definitely relate to that. I also have experience driving to and from various university tournaments when things were being held in person, and having team dinners or group dinners at various diners on the way back was always really a fun experience for me back then. I would get really sleepy after eating, but that was really a fun experience. And I think we are just waiting on our judges to come in with the accuracy scores right now. That's right. All right. And I also believe that going along with the schedule listed on the site, we are going to be moving on to our group B for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries right after this. And the scores have just magically appeared on the screen all at once. All right, so for Amanda's Pyeongwon performance, we have 6.83 as her total score. And so let's take a look at the final standings for this preliminary round, Group A. So as a reminder, first through 8th place, competitors will be moving on to the semifinals. So we have first place, Kira Kozar, second place, Destiny Nodars, third place, Sang-mi Ko, fourth place, Haley Kim, and fifth, Yerim Jong, sixth, Elizabeth Doe, seventh, Amanda Lee, and eighth, Rachel Dowd. So congratulations to our semifinalists, or those who are moving on to the semifinals. And a great job to all of our competitors in this Group A round for our preliminaries. A big round of applause to all competitors and their coaches. And thank you so much for a great performance in these preliminary rounds. We'll be moving straight on to the Group B competition. So I think we are having everybody log in and getting set up, and we're pretty much ready to go. Just making sure judges and everything is getting set up right now. So just 1 second, but we will be starting off shortly with our first competitor. Actually, I just realized I don't think we have shown the call order on screen yet. So let's do that first. All right, thank you so much. All right, so here's our call order. If you have not done so yet, athletes and or coaches, please feel free to take a screenshot or a photo so that you can make sure to note your call order. And first up will be Leah Rosenzweig. Second will be Claire Kim. Third up will be Sylvia So, and then Edwin Rhodes, and onwards. And again, for the preliminaries, athletes will be performing Pyeongwon. All right, let's see if we are ready to go. Just 1 second as our judges are getting settled down and ready to go for Group B. Getting some thumbs up signs from our judges here as we prepare to welcome Leah to the screen to kick off our Poomsae preliminaries Group B. Just 1 more second. Sorry, Leah, you can relax for a moment there. The judges are getting settled in. Thank you so much. Take a nice big breather. Right, one of our many athletes going to perform in the CW Taekwondo Dojang in the Cambridge area in Massachusetts. You see that MIT, Harvard, Boston University, and Columbia are also listed in the Zoom name for CW Taekwondo. An onslaught of athletes from the East Coast area. All right, thanks so much for showing our Be Right Back screen. We're just getting the judges assigned to their respective positions. A little bit of switching up needed when we're jumping from one division or one group to the other. And again, as a reminder, our top 8 athletes will be moving on to the top 8 athletes will be moving on to the semifinals, since we have 15 competitors in this preliminary group. So we'll have half of the competitors moving on to the next round. All right, and now I think we are ready to go. Thank you so much for your patience. Yeah, and I will be handing it over to the judges to get this started.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure.
All right, and that was our first competitor for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries group B, Leah Rosenzweig from Boston University. I'm just going to take a moment here as we move into a new division or a new group, I would say, to give a shout out to our wonderful judges who are working throughout this day to input scores for each of our athletes as they perform their Poomsae. And also a big shout out to our tournament coordinators who are working behind the scenes. We have judges and also tournament coordinators from all over the country or even the world who are joining today via Zoom. So great big shout out to everybody who's being involved today. All right, thank you so much, Leah, for your performance kicking off this group. Leah has a total of 6.93, which will bring her to first place in the current standings as our first competitor. All right, we'll move on to our second competitor in this group, Claire Kim.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure.
All right, that was Claire from MIT, class of 2023. Claire is majoring in chemical engineering, and her favorite class this semester She lists as energy economics and policy, and her least favorite is thermodynamics with a frowny face emoji next to it. Claire has earned her black belt while briefly living in Korea in middle school. Super cool. And her favorite sport, besides Taekwondo, of course, is basketball. She says she used to play trombone and piano, but now she really wants to learn how to play drums. So multi-talented. And Claire's fun memories that she has about Taekwondo is taking the 6-hour bus ride to the Cornell tournament. That's from Boston all the way to Ithaca, New York. Even though she wasn't competing back then when she was an injured freshman and actually had enough free time for this and cheering on her teammates. All right, some fun memories that she shared. Thank you so much, Claire. And her total scores come out to 6.37, which currently places her in second place. All right, let's get this rolling. Our next competitor is Sylvia So.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure.
Okay, that was Sylvia So from Rutgers University, class of 2022. Sorry, I thought I heard a YouTube going on, YouTube audio going on in the background, but thank you so much. Let's see. It seems that we are just having a few issues updating Sylvia's scores. Just technical difficulty. So we're just going to be figuring that out right now. So sorry about that, Sylvia. We would appreciate your patience. We are figuring out just a few technical difficulties, but they should be coming in soon. All right, and in the meantime, I'm just going to share some fun facts about Sylvia first off, while we are waiting for our technical masters in the background to figure some quirks out in the background. So again, Sylvia is a Rutgers 2022 student majoring in supply chain management, and her favorite and least favorite classes in school are listed as strategic management as her favorite and management science as her least favorite. And I remember actually commenting in a previous ECTC tournament in a different league, on a different online tournament, that those two classes sound pretty similar just at first glance, but they must be very different. And some of Sylvia's Sylvia's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes eating, photography, reading, and sleeping. All right, and our scoreboard is back live, and I think the technical hiccups have been cleared up. So thank you so much to our technical masters in the tournament committee, working to figure that out. And our total score has also come in as well, which is a 6.90 for Sylvia. All right, great job to our competitors so far, and we see the standings there for first, second, and third as Leah, Sylvia, and Claire. We'll move on to our fourth competitor, Anwen Rhodes.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 척.
All right, that was Anwen from Colorado Early College High School. That's pretty cool. Anwen is graduating high school this May, she says, and her favorite classes are foreign languages and international relations. And as her least favorite class, she says that she doesn't have one. And some fun memories about Taekwondo, or rather future fun memories that she has about Taekwondo is going to South Korea in the summer of 2019 with her Taekwondo family. That sounds awesome. And I wish I was there too. And when scores are coming in, so her total score is 6.53, which places her at third place in the current standings. All right, and our standings are as follows and shown on the screen, and we will be moving on to our fifth competitor, Rebecca Howe. And I think our competitor is logging in just now and is jumping in, ready to go. All right, thank you so much. So Rebecca, when you're ready, it's all for you. And I'm now handing it over to the judges.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 척.
All right, and that was Rebecca from Harvard University, class of 2020. So what's it called? College students who graduated in the previous year are also eligible to compete in NCTA Nationals. So great to have you here, Rebecca. Rebecca majored in computer science and linguistics. And she says some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has is in-person tournaments and bonding with teammates and meeting new people. Can definitely relate to that. All right, and Rebecca's total score is coming out to 6.00, which places her in fifth place in this current standings. All right, and we're moving on to our next athlete, Haley Ra.
kunye, 준비, 시작. 바로 시작.
All right, and that was Haley from Baruch College, class of 2024. And Haley is majoring in accounting. And she says some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include taking pictures, making videos, videos/TikToks, and watching movies and TV shows. A lot of media related hobbies there. It's pretty cool. She says some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has includes sparring and training with my brothers. So I'm very jealous. I wish I had siblings that I could also spar and train with at my own time at my house. So that's pretty cool. All right. And Haley's total score is coming out to 7.33, which currently places her in first place in the standings. Let's take a quick look at the standings list. All right, so we have our first place is Haley, second place Leah, third place Sylvia, fourth place Anwin, fifth place Claire, and sixth place Rebecca in the current standings. All right, moving along to our seventh competitor. We have Amy Bach.
차렷, kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로 시작.
All right, that was Amy from Rutgers University, class of 2022. Amy is majoring in psychology, and outside of Taekwondo, her hobbies include reading, drawing, and napping. Something I really enjoy about commentating in these tournaments is realizing that college students really like to put down napping as one of their hobbies. I didn't see it as much in commentating on the high school students and younger, but I can definitely relate. So Amy's total score is coming out to 6.37. And that currently places her in fifth place in our standings that we see here now. All right, great job. And I think our next athlete is in the same dojo. And next up, we have Kylie Liu.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작.
Okay, that was Kylie from Rutgers University, class of 2022. Kylie is majoring in chemical engineering. She says her favorite class is design of separation processes, and her least favorite is organic chemistry. We got an organic chemistry. For first time hearing that someone's least favorite class is organic chemistry today, but I've definitely seen that come up several times in past tournaments. We'll see how the tally goes. All right, so Kylie's total score is coming out to 6.20, placing her in 7th place in the current standings. And we are halfway through this Group B, Poomsae preliminaries. Poomsae preliminaries, Group B. All right, and we're moving on to our next competitor, Maple Humphreys.
예. 차렷 근예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 시작. 시작.
All right, that was Maple from Everett Community College. Oh, okay, just wanted to make sure judges are all set. We are just, okay, it seems, Maple, if you would like, you are eligible to do a redo. Yes. Sounds good. And as a note again, to anybody who's watching, no penalization for any technical difficulties and restarts that come along with that. All right, so handing it back to the judges. Thank you, Maple.
준비. 시작. 바로. Shook.
All right, and once again, that was Maple from Everett Community College performing Pyeongwang. And I apologize, I was switching between some screens and did not catch the technicalities of her first performance and missed a little bit of interactions with the judges going on there, but it was not a technical difficulty or due to a technical difficulty that Maple was given an opportunity to do a redo. It was just there will be a 0.6 deduction for major deduction for a restart opportunity that athletes are given, and that is an option that they are given. So just wanted to clarify on that. I apologize that I missed that interaction there. And Maple's accuracy score is coming in right now at 2.50. And we are waiting for her presentation score. And as we can see, we have 6 remaining athletes to go for this round of prelims, Group B. And Maple's total score is coming out to 6.20, which currently places her in 7th place. All right, and we see the current standings there on the screen. In first place, we have Haley Ross. Second, Leah Rosenzweig. Third, Sylvia So. Fourth, Anwen Rhodes. And as a note, we will be the athletes from 1st to 8th place will be moving on to the semifinals. All right, next up is Esther Kang.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and that was Esther Kang from United States Military Academy at West Point. And her accuracy scores are already coming in at 2.77. And just as a reminder to everybody, we are in the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, and this is the second group, the preliminaries, second flight to go. We have 5 more athletes remaining to go. And athletes are performing Pyeongwang in this preliminary round, and they will be moving on to a different form in the semifinals. And Esther has a total score of 6.43, which places her in 5th place in the current standings. Okay, and now we are moving on to our next competitor, Tarim Alm.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, that was Tatum from Cornell University, class of 2023. And Tatum is majoring in computer science, and hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Tatum, she lists as music. So definitely music is always a big part of many people's lives, I'm sure. And Tatum's accuracy score we see is coming in at 2.73. Presentation score of 3.77 for a total of 6.50. And Tatum is currently in 5th place, and we see our current standings there on the screen for our 11 competitors who have performed so far. So we'll move on to our next competitor, Courtney Vizzi.
Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure.
Okay, that was Courtney from University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, class of 2020. Courtney has majored in psychology, and she says her favorite class is psychology, and her least favorite was history. And Courtney's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include video games and exercise. And maybe also those go hand in hand sometimes, depending on the video game. All right, that's pretty cool. So let's see what Courtney says about some fun memories she has about Taekwondo. She says she loves going to competitions and performing. So living out that right now as she competes. And her total score is coming out to 6.63, which currently places her in 4th place. All right, we are getting into the final stretch for the preliminaries, a second flight or group B. We'll be moving on to our next competitor, Stephanie Kim.
kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. Sure.
All right, that was Stephanie from UT Southwestern Medical Center. Stephanie says that she is a UCLA alumni class of 2017 and is currently a medical student at UT Southwestern Medical Center, and she is class of 2023 there. She's pursuing for Doctor of Medicine, and she says this is her first collegiate championship since 2014. She was also a member of the 2011, 2012, and 2014 National U.S. Taekwondo Poomsae team. That's awesome. And Stephanie's total score has come out to 7.00, which places her in second place in the current standings. All right, and we see a little bit of movement in the standings. So this is getting very exciting as we head into our last two competitors for this group. Next up, we have Angela Jin.
차렷 근예. 차렷 근예. 근예.
준비. 시작.
바로. 쉬어.
Okay, that was Angela from Cornell University, class of 2021. So graduating this year, I see. And Angela is majoring in computer science. And she says some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo consist of learning more about tech for social good. It's so cool to hear, Angela. I'm really rooting for you in that endeavor. All right, and Angela's total scores are coming in fast at a total of 6.47, which currently places her in 8th place. And we'll take a look at the standings with just one more competitor to go. So as a reminder, the top 8 will be moving on to the semifinals. All right, and our last competitor for the preliminaries, Group B, will be Daniela Rodriguez.
차렷 근예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was our last competitor for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae preliminaries, Group B, Daniela from USMA Panama, class of 2022. Daniela is majoring in psychology, and she says she loves neuropsychology and psychopathology, but her least favorite class is social psychology. And she says outside of Taekwondo, she loves spending time with her puppies and watching TV series and reading. I definitely wholeheartedly agree with the puppies part. And we just flew past, sorry, Daniela's final score, but her score was 7.27 overall, which put her in 2nd place for the preliminary standings. All right, and let's just take a look at the final standings for the preliminary Group B. As I mentioned earlier, our top 8 athletes will be moving on to semifinals. So that would mean first place, Haley Ross, second place, Daniela Rodriguez, third place, Stephanie Kim, fourth place, Leah Rosenzweig, fifth place, Sylvia So, sixth place, Courtney Vasey, seventh place, Ann Wen Rhodes, and eighth place, Taryn will be moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations to all of our semifinalists and a great job to all of our preliminary Group B athletes who competed through a big crowd of competitors and really tough competition there. And we will be returning with our same division, but a female collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals starting at semifinals are starting at 7:15 EST. So that will be in approximately 10 minutes or 12 minutes. And if all of our athletes who are moving on to semifinals can log in and get ready so that you can go right away in this Zoom call. And again, if you are logging in from, what's it called? If you can make sure to rename yourself so that you have your athletes or competitor names listed on the Zoom login name, that would be wonderful so that our tournament coordinators can make sure all of our necessary competitors are in the Zoom call. And again, if you have multiple athletes competing on one device, if you could list all of the athletes' names, that would be really helpful as well. All right, and we will see you back at 7:15. All right, everyone, welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships. This is Ring 1 for the Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Semifinals. And we're jumping right into the call order here. So if athletes and coaches, anybody who needs to be aware of what the athlete's call order is, please take a moment to take a screenshot or a photo, anything that you need to do. If you're really a fast writer, you can write it all down. But here's the order of the athletes' names who will be performing their Poomsae for semifinals, which is Taebaek. Awesome. All right. And as we can see here, first up will be Yerim Jong. Second will be Song Mi Ko. And third will be Amanda Lee, followed by our fourth competitor and onwards. So we're just getting a little bit, taking a little moment to get settled in, but I think we'll be all ready to go momentarily. All right, and I think all of our judges are here and all of our athletes are also logged into the Zoom call. So thank you, everyone, and let's get the show rolling with our first competitor. All right, up first we have Yerim Jong.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, so starting off this round of the female collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals is Yerim Jong from University of Birmingham, class of 2023. Yerim is majoring in kinesiology, and some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include cooking, taking pictures, and watching Netflix, which sound just about aligned for a lot of the quarantine hobbies that I have picked up as well. She also mentions that some fun memories about Taekwondo that she has includes competing with or against groups of close friends, which she's probably doing right now as well in this Poomsae tournament or this NCTA championships. Right, and Yerim's total score for Taebaek has come out to 7.23, and her current standing as the first competitor to go is first place. Let's see how the standings go as our competitors come up with their Poomsae performances. So next up is Sang Mi Ko.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was Sangmi Ko from William and Mary class of 2022. You might remember from the preliminary rounds, I mentioned that Sangmi's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include cooking and riding her motorcycle. Well, I get to add on another fun fact about Sangmi is that her motorcycle has a name and it is Nebula, which makes it even more awesome. And I am just in awe. And she mentions some interesting facts about herself include she loves cat emojis, but she's allergic to cats. Same as me as well. And she's always on the lookout for cool outfits to take kick pics in. Awesome. All right. And Sangmi's score is coming out to 6.93 total. And that currently places her in second place with two competitors who have performed so far. All right. And let's move right along to our next competitor, Amanda Lee.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로 쇼.
Okay, that was Amanda from Rutgers class of 2021. Amanda is pursuing a master's in nutritional sciences, and some fun memories of Taekwondo that Amanda has include team dinners after a long day of competing or volunteering together. And some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Amanda include video games and hiking. And so far, we have an accuracy score of 2.90 coming in for Amanda, and then a presentation score of 3.87 for a total of 6.77, which brings Amanda to the current standing of third place. All right, let's move to our next competitor. We now have Haley Kim.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작.
Hello.
All right, that was Haley Kim from Cornell University. And while we're waiting for Haley's scores to come in, just wanted to note that there are a few schedule conflicts with our athletes going on since many competitors are competing at the same time. So we will be moving on to Daniela as our next athlete. And We just need to skip Leah for the next athlete. So I wanted to give a heads up to Daniela if you're hearing. Awesome. Thank you so much that you will be up next. Thanks so much for your cooperation. We super appreciate it. And Haley's scores are now coming in for a total of 6.77. And that brings her to third place in the current standings. All right, great. Next up, we have Daniela Rodriguez.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
Okay, that was Daniela from USMA Panama, class of 2022. Some interesting facts about Daniela that she has shared through our athlete survey is that her dad, her brother, and Daniela herself did their third Dan black belt test together, which is pretty awesome and doesn't happen often. So that is some impressive family bonding and athleticism right there. And Daniela says she's currently working helping women at social risk by giving free counseling sessions at a non-governmental organization. So changing the world one step at a time as well. Thank you so much for all that you do, Daniela. That's so amazing. All right. And she says her birthday is on Monday. Congratulations. Happy birthday. All right. So Daniela's total score is coming out to 7.00, which brings her to second place in the current standings. All right, great job to all of our athletes so far, and we will be moving on to our sixth competitor, who should be logging in a moment, if I believe so. So let's just take one moment to look and ponder over the current standings, or not, or look at the lovely Be Right Back screen. That's also cool as well. And our next competitor will be Leah from Boston University. All right, so it seems that we need to adjust a little bit more again for some scheduling conflicts, since there are multiple athletes going on several on the same device at once. So we just wanted to give a heads up to Haley Raw. If you are okay to go, we'll just give you a few moments if you need, but if Haley Raw can turn on her camera and be ready to be our next competitor, that would be really wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll just give you a second to get adjusted and settled, and I will hand it over to the judges. Thank you, Haley.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Haley Ra from Baruch College, class of 2024. Haley's majoring in accounting and she enjoys taking pictures, making videos and TikToks, and watching movies and TV shows. I remember I read this a little bit earlier in commentary. So thank you so much, Haley, for sharing. She enjoys sparring and training with her brothers as well. And Haley has played violin for 12 years, and one of her favorite foods right now are mochi donuts, which sounds amazing right now. I could definitely go for a mochi donut this moment as I speak. And she also loves grapefruit. Thanks so much, Haley. And her total score is coming out to 7.10. And that brings her in second place in the current standings. All right, and we will move on to our next competitor. I believe now we have Leah on deck. It should be ready to go. Yes, sir. All right, up next is Leah.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, that was Leah from Boston University. And just wanted to give a quick refresher to everybody who may just have joined in or may have been watching all day but want to hear again. So this is female collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals. And all of our athletes right now are performing Tapek, and they will be moving on. The top 8 athletes will be moving on to the finals to perform Shipjin and Kumgang next. And we have 16 competitors in the semifinal rounds, with the top 8 moving on to finals. And our semifinalists have been competing in the prelims with 31 competitors, I believe. We're down to the top 16 right now. So big kudos to all the athletes who are competing through such a long day right now, showing a lot of athleticism and great sportsmanship and spirit. All right, and Leah's score has come out to 6.90, placing her in 4th place. Great job to all of our athletes so far. We will be moving on to our next competitor, Destiny Nodars.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, that was Destiny from Wardlow Hartridge class of 2021. Destiny says her favorite class is psychology, and some hobbies outside of Taekwondo that she enjoys is hanging out with her friends, and some fun memories she has about this sport is the 2020 US Open at Disney. That is very cool. And she likes to travel and be organized. Sounds very apt to Taekwondo, I think. So Destiny's total score we see has come out to 7.23. And that places her in second place for the current standings. All right, great job to Destiny and all of our athletes so far. We will be moving on to our next competitor, who is Courtney.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작.
바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Courtney competing for University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, class of 2020. Courtney was majoring in psychology, and some interesting facts she has shared with us through the athlete survey is that she has 3 birds and a rabbit, and she is a big Kansas City Chiefs football fan. And also she is a huge fan of Broadway. Very cool. I agree with that last sentiment as well. And Courtney loves going to competitions and performing related to Taekwondo. And she says that outside of Taekwondo, her hobbies include video games and exercise. All right, and our scores for Courtney have come in for a total of 6.57, which places her at 8th place in the current standings. Here's a quick look at our standings so far before we move on to our next athlete. All right, thank you so much. And our next up is Anwin Rhodes.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, that was Anwen from Colorado Early College High School. And she mentions that she will be graduating high school this May and is going to the University of Hawaii at Manoa next year and majoring in Korean and linguistics. That is really cool trajectory for Anwen that I am pretty jealous of, because you get to go to school in Hawaii, which is so cool. And we hope to see that you'll be competing from Hawaii, maybe even virtually next year, but hopefully more in person by that time. And Anwen shares that some fun memories that she has about Taekwondo is going to South Korea in the summer of 2019 with her Taekwondo family. Very awesome. And her total score for Taebaek has come out to 6.60, which currently places her in 9th place. All right, we have had 10 competitors go so far. Moving on to our 11th competitor, Stephanie Kim.
차렷. 윤예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
Okay, that was Stephanie from UT Southwestern Medical Center. She's class of 2023, pursuing her Doctor of Medicine, and a former UCLA student, and she is an alumni, class of 2017, and she has experience competing in collegiate championships in 2011, 2012, 2014. Her last championships was 2014, and she has experience as 2011, 2012, and 2014 National U.S. Taekwondo Poomsae team. So a lot of experience under her belt. Really awesome to hear from Stephanie. And what's really cool about NCTA tournaments is that students, not just the undergraduate, but graduate, doctorate, all kinds of students can participate in this tournament. And Stephanie, thank you so much. Total scores come out to 7.33, which places her in first place for the current standings. All right, and we'll move on to our 12th competitor, Sylvia So.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
And that was Sylvia from Rutgers University, class of 2022. Pretty cool how some microphones catch up a lot of those those sounds and key-ups and differently depending on athletes' locations and rooms and microphone setups and all that. So big shout out to all of our athletes for working with so many different spaces and different technology available to each of them and giving it their best in all these virtual settings. And Sylvia's total score for TAPEC has come out to 7.33, which currently places her in first place with the current standings. All right, we have completed 12 competitors' performances, and we are now moving on to our next athlete, Elizabeth Zoe.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Elizabeth from MIT. And this might be a good time as we are heading towards our last few competitors for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals. That this NCTA championships will be part of the process of selecting national teams each this year for events in the future, like the World University Games and World University Taekwondo Festival and other international events. So definitely exciting and a big deal for all of our collegiate athletes. And Elizabeth's final scores for TAPEC is coming at 7.30, which places her in third place in the current standings. All right, and we are up to our last three athletes for the semifinals. Next up, we have Rachel Dow.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Rachel from University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Continue. Oh, and her accuracy scores are already coming in at 2.97. And just as a fun fact, continuing from my last bit of commentary, speaking of the World University Games, for all of you collegiate competitors out there, the next World University Games should be in Chengdu, China, maybe in 2022, but a little bit undecided as of now, but please stay tuned. And we have Rachel's total scores coming in, as we see, at 6.90, which brings her to a current standing of 9th place. And up next is our 15th competitor. We have Kira Kozar.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 셔.
All right, that was Kira from Stevens Institute of Technology, class of 2023. Kira is majoring in naval engineering, and some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Kira include listening to music, especially K-pop, doing something creative like drawing or lettering, playing with her 7-month-old puppy, jealous, and finally, cleaning. Very impressed that cleaning is included in one of your hobbies, Kira, but I think I can kind of relate, especially maybe when I am procrastinating. But all right, we see Kira's final scores coming in at 7.17, and that brings her to a standing of 6th place in the current standings list. All right, and we just have one more competitor to go for the Poomsae semifinals. And as a reminder, our top 8 athletes will be moving on to the finals. So let's see how all of the final standings go after our last competitor. Last but not least, Taerim Om.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 셔.
All right, that was Taerim from Cornell University, class of 2023. That's our last competitor for this group for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae semifinals. And let's see, Taerim is majoring in computer science, and she says her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include music. Right, and just as a heads up to our athletes who are in this Zoom room right now, that we will be moving on to the finals after this, but we will be taking a short break before moving into the competition. So finals will be starting at 8:05 p.m. Eastern time. So just please be ready to check the final standings and figure out if you will be moving on to the finals round. It's coming up very soon, but everyone, I hope you are having a good time and staying relaxed. I know it's a long day, but everybody is doing an amazing job signing in, having your cameras ready to go, adjusting to schedule, some schedule changes with some athletes going before or changing the order a little bit. So thank you so much for all of your efforts so far. And we see Taerim's scores coming in on the screen. And Taerim's total score for Taebaek has come out to 7.00, which brings her to 8th place, which means that she will be moving on to the finals. Wow, we see a lot of tied scores on the screen, which is pretty interesting. But just as a note for anybody who may be wondering, if there is a tied score, the athlete with the higher average presentation score will be taking the higher ranking in that case. And then there are also other factors if that is also tied as well. That calculates the final standing. So as we can see, our top 8 athletes that will be moving on to finals. Our first place Sylvia's, I will just read off the names. Sylvia So, Stephanie Kim, Elizabeth Zhao, Yerim Jong, Destiny Nodars, Kira Kozar, Haley Ra, and Tarim Baum. Congratulations to our finalists. You will be moving on to the Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals. So please stay in the room so that we can be ready to start at 8:05 p.m. And again, a big congratulations and thank you so much to our semifinals competitors for showing amazing spirit and courage and indomitable spirit and endurance and skill and mastership on the mats. And really, those close scores really do show what a tough competition it was. So again, a big round of applause to all athletes and coaches and supporting families and friends and team members for an amazing competition in that semifinals rounds. We will be back. Again, we'll be back at 8:05 to kick off the Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals. So we will see you very soon for the finals in Ring 1. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals. We will be kicking it off straight into the female collegiate black belt Poomsae finals with our athletes competing with two Poomsae, which will be Shipjin and Kumgang. So let's take a quick look at the call order so that the athletes can take a look and make sure that they know which order they are going in, which will be in reverse order of the place of the results from the semifinal round that we just saw. So first up will be Taerim second will be Haley Ra, third will be Kira Kozar. So if you can be ready to be called up and to ready to perform, that will be wonderful. But let's just take a second for athletes to ensure that they know their call order and if they need to take screenshots or photos, now will be the time to do so. Very excited to be heading into the last division or last group in this division. On time and ready to go. And I think Taerim is all set to start off with her first performance of Shipjin. So let's get this show on the road. I will hand it over to the judges. First up, our first athlete is Taerim
Trit, Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, and our first competitor for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae finals was Taerim from Cornell, class of 2023. And as a note for anybody who may be tuning in for the first time or is unfamiliar with the format for these NCTA championships, we will have each athlete perform two Poomsae for this final round. The first Poomsae will be Shipjin, and the second will be Kumgang. And each athlete will be performing them back to back with the scoring presented in between each Poomsae, but each athlete will be performing two Poomsae in a row. The athletes have been performing all day long, basically virtually, with starting from the prelims in two different flights. And they were performing Pyeongwang in the preliminaries. And then in the semifinals, athletes were performing Taebaek. And that was a group of 16 athletes. And now we are down to the final 8 for this finals round. And we're just waiting for Taerim's scores to come up. I think we need to change the athlete name. It was previously saying Taerim, and it was correct a moment ago. So we just need to figure out that technical quirk right there. But everything is still going on. Please don't worry. And Taerim, you can definitely take a moment to relax while we just get this all figured out. Thank you so much for your patience. And this usually happens when we first get things kicked off. All right, it seems okay. We have a little bit, again, happens often when we start off a new group or a new division. But we're just getting some technical quirks figured out in the background. So Tatum, if you need, you can definitely, or we will recommend you turn off your camera and just relax. Take a moment to relax between your first two Poomsaes. Thank you so much again for your patience and understanding, and we will be getting this figured out for sure. In the meantime, again, this is ring 1, coming to you to bring female collegiate black belt Poomsae finals live streaming with 8 finalist competitors performing Shipjin and Kumgang. I believe it'll take a little bit more time for us to get the technical quirks figured out in the background. So if all athletes can take a moment to relax and again, stretch and recalibrate, we would really appreciate it. We'll be back in just a few moments once we get all this figured out. But again, thank you so much for your patience and for your indomitable spirit in helping us get through this 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships Female Collegiate Black Belt Poomsae Finals. We're almost there. We see the end of this race, if we may say. Just right there. Let's just get these technical quirks figured out, and we'll be right back. So if everyone can take a moment to relax. And be prepared to start again when we fix these technical blips. That would be wonderful. We'll be back momentarily. All right. Thank you, everyone, so much for your patience while we were figuring out some technical difficulties on the scoring side. It was not a matter of the numbers or the values of the scores that were the problem. It was more of a just what was being shown on the screen in terms of the athlete's name. So we just needed to get that taken care of. So thank you so much again, Tatum, for getting for your patience. And we just want to give you a heads up that you are going to be called on soon to perform Kungang. So if you could start getting prepared for that, that would be wonderful. We can also take a moment to calibrate or recalibrate, I would say. So Taerim's final score for Shipjin is coming in at 6.53. So her accuracy score was 2.77 and presentation score was 3.80. And after performing their first Poomsae of Shipjin, our women's collegiate black belt Poomsae finalists will be performing Kumgang right after that. So again, thank you so much, Tatum, for your patience. And we are now ready to have you perform Kumgang. So I will be passing it on to the judges to have you perform your next Poomsae. Thank you so much.
Yeah. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Tatum from Cornell University, class of 2023, performing her second Poomsae for her finals round. And she just performed Kungang as her second Poomsae. So again, all athletes in this final round will be performing 2 Poomsae each. Tatum's accuracy scores will be coming in soon. So again, all our 8 athletes, or 8 finalists who are competing in this finals round has been giving strong performances since the preliminary rounds and have started off with a group of 31 athletes and are now down to the final 8. And we see now that Tatum's score for Kumgang is 6.53 for a final Poomsae score of 6.55. All right, and that was Tatum kicking off the finals competition for us. Thank you so much again for your patience, and we'll be moving on to our next competitor, Haley Ra.
트랙. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로.
All right, and that was Haley from Baruch College, class of 2024. Some fun facts about Haley that she has shared through the athlete survey is that she comes from a Taekwondo family. All of her family members are Taekwondo athletes. She says her father learned Taekwondo under his uncle at his uncle's Taekwondo school, and he trained with his cousins. And 14 years ago, started his own Taekwondo school in Rochester, New York. And her mother, father, and brothers are all black belts. So that is one powerful family right there that Haley represents. And her final score for Shipchin is 7.23. We will now move on to Haley's second Poomsae performance.
준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and we have just seen Haley perform Kumgang, which is her second Poomsae performance for her finals round. Some more facts about Haley that I can share with our audience. She is majoring in accounting at her university and enjoys taking pictures, making videos and TikToks, and watching movies and TV shows. And she also enjoys sparring and training with her brothers. So not just in Poomsae, but Haley also trains in sparring as well, which is amazing. Her final Poomsae score has come out to 7.33. And that brings her, let's take a look at the standings. And that brings her to first place in the current standings. All right, and let's move on to our third competitor, Kira Kozar.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 바로 쇼
All right, that was Kira from Stevens Institute of Technology, class of 2023, majoring in naval engineering. Kira says that her some fun memories she has about Taekwondo includes going to a tournament and seeing her friends from other states and countries. And as she is doing today, I hope that she's able to feel even a little bit of that camaraderie through the screen, but it's definitely not the same as competing in person. So hope that gets to be reality even one day sooner. That goes for all of us. And Kira's final score for Shipjin has come out to 7.37, and we will be moving on to her next performance of Kumgang.
준비 시작 바로 쇼
All right, and that was Kira's performance of Kumgang, the second Poomsae for the finals rounds. And some more fun facts I can share about Kira with all of you. She says she has a 4.0 GPA, which is a really incredible feat considering she must be also training very hard in Taekwondo at the same time. And she loves cruise ships and has been on 23 cruises in the past and can't wait until the CDC lets all of us go on US cruise ships again. And that also makes sense that she is majoring in naval engineering. So that love of ships must really be connected to that as well. And we see Kira's scores coming in. So Kira's final Poomsae score overall is 7.29. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly before we move on to our next competitor. So in our current standings, we have first place, Haley Ra, second place, Kira Kozar, and third place, Karim Om. Let's see how the competition goes. Next up is Destiny Nodars.
차렷 예 준비 시작 8호. 쇼.
All right, that was Destiny from Wardlow Hartridge, class of 2021, performing her first of two Poomsae for this final round. The first being Shipjin. Destiny says that some things that she enjoys outside of Taekwondo is traveling and also being organized. And she says that she loves hanging out with her friends. I think traveling and being organized it's probably a good combination if you want to go to all these different places for sure. A lot of Taekwondo traveling also hopefully in the future for Destiny. So we have her final score for Shipjin coming in at 7.10. And next up will be her performance of Kumgang.
준비. 시작. 바로. 쇼.
All right, and that was Destiny performing Kumgang, which is the second of two Poomsaes required for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae finals. And a little bit more, some fun facts about Destiny that I can share with you. She says some fun memories she has about Taekwondo includes the 2020 US Open at Disney. That's pretty cool. US Open is a big international Taekwondo event for sure. And speaking of international events, these NCTA championships are a part of the procedure of selecting national teams for each year's events, such as World University Games and World University Taekwondo Festival. So it is a very big deal. And we see Destiny's Kumgang score has come out to 7.03, and her final Poomsae score is 7.07. Let's take a look at the standings. All right, we have first place Haley Ra, second place Kira Kozar, third place Destiny Nodars, and fourth place Tarim at the moment. Things are getting very exciting. Let's move on to our fifth competitor, Yerim Jong.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 8호 쇼
All right, and that was Yerim from University of Birmingham, class of 2023, performing Shipjin as her first of two Poomsae for the finals round. Yerim is majoring in kinesiology, and she says that some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for her include cooking, taking pictures, and watching Netflix. Kind of wish we could screen share some photos that our athletes can take of their hobbies as they are waiting for their scores in a slideshow. That would be pretty entertaining, but maybe someday. And we are seeing Yerim's accuracy scores coming in at 3.17, presentation score at 4.17, for total 7.33 for Stripjin. Moving on to the next form for Yerim, which is Kumgang.
준비 시작 바로 쇼
All right, that was Yerim performing her second Poomsae for her finals, and her second Poomsae being Kumgang. Some more fun facts about Yerim. Some fun memories that she has about Taekwondo includes competing with or against groups of close friends. So we may have seen throughout the day that athletes have been competing on an individual basis for the NCTA championship so far. But as a note, the NCTA championships also provide the opportunity for schools and clubs to compete for titles of some team titles as well, depending on the format of the tournament. So that's also a fun way to compete as a group. And we see Yerim's scores coming in with Kumgang at 7.47 for a final Poomsae score of 7.40. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly. All right, and that brings Yerim in first place in the current standings. Great job so far to all of our finalists. We'll be moving on to our sixth competitor, Elizabeth Zhao.
차렷 예 준비 시작 8호. 쇼.
All right, that was Elizabeth from MIT performing her first Poomsae for this finals round, which was Shipjin. And we will be seeing her accuracy and presentation scores coming in. But in the meantime, a little bit more fun facts about this NCTA championships that we've all been watching this whole day. This event has multiple current and former national team members competing. And the NCTA hosts these championships each year, and schools and clubs get to compete for the title of National Collegiate Champion in the black belt and novice or color belt divisions, and also combined divisions. And the NCTA championships are part of the procedure, selecting national teams for each year for events, international and national events, such as the World University Games, FISU, America Games, World University Taekwondo Festival, and other international events as well. And speaking of the next World University Games that are scheduled to be in Chengdu, China, but TBD or TBA, depending on the global situation. They are saying maybe it will be held in 2022. And we're just just waiting a little bit more for the judges to input their scores. I think it's just a matter of it showing up on the screen. So just a few more moments. But some fun facts about the World University Games and or Chengdu, China. Wanted to say this all day long, but Chengdu is not only known for their spicy food, as it is the capital of Sichuan province, but it's also home to the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding. Definitely am personally interested in that. And there will be 26 athletes participating in the World Taekwondo, scheduled to participate in the World University Games. So 16 sparring athletes and up to 10 Poomsae athletes have a window, or there are 16 windows and 10 windows for sparring and Poomsae athletes, respectively. Still just waiting for judges to, or the scores that the judges inputted to show up on this sheet. So just a few more minutes. We appreciate your patience. It is being inputted and will be shown very shortly. And I can keep talking about the University Games. So the World University Games has all summer sports in the Olympics, including chess, and the Taekwondo fields for the University Games feature all sparring weight classes and also a team division. And the Poomsae portion showcase a mix of freestyle and traditional Poomsae, which is very exciting. We've been watching our athletes perform traditional Poomsae all day today, but there's also a thing called freestyle Poomsae, for those of you who didn't know. We now see Elizabeth's scores coming in for a total of 7.47 for Shipjin. All right, and we'll be moving on to Elizabeth's next Poomsae, which will be Kumgang.
준비. 시작. 바로. 셔.
All right, and that was Elizabeth's second Poomsae of Kumgang for this Poomsae finals for female collegiate black belts. And as we wait for her scores to come in, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible dedication and perseverance that the athletes have been showing, not just throughout this day, which has been very long and rigorous for sure, because of so many competitors joining in, but also throughout this entire year, which has been difficult to say the least. And it's definitely not hard. It's not easy for the athletes to be training in constrained spaces or different buildings separated from their teammates perhaps, and also wearing masks and keeping social distancing. So again, a big shout out to all of our athletes and coaches and everyone involved. And we see Elizabeth's Kumgang score coming in at 7.33 for a final Poomsae score overall of 7.40. Let's take a quick look at the standings once again. That makes Elizabeth come in at first place in the current standings. And we have I believe we have two more competitors to go. We'll just double check with you on that in a moment. But next up, we have Stephanie Kim.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시. 시작. 바로.
All right, and that was Stephanie from UT Southwestern Medical Center, class of 2023. And Stephanie is pursuing her doctorate of medicine, her MD. And she says that this is her first collegiate championship since 2014. And she was also a member of the 2011, 2012, and 2014 National U.S. Taekwondo Poomsae team. So a seasoned collegiate competitor. It's very exciting to have Stephanie compete today here with us. And we see her accuracy scores for Shipjin are coming in at 3.13. And the presentation scores are now in 4.17 with a total of 7.30 for Shipjin. And next up, we will have Stephanie's second Poomsae performance of Kumgang.
준비. 시작. 바로 샷.
All right, and that was Stephanie's performance of Kumgang, her second Poomsae out of the 2 required for these Poomsae finals. We are very excited to say that we are nearing the end of this finals round. All of our athletes have been showing incredible poise and giving incredible performances throughout the day. We are very close to the finish, and we just wanted to say again, thank you so much to everyone so far for giving it your all and helping us keep everything run smoothly up to this point. And we're almost there, so just a little bit more, and everyone is doing an absolutely amazing job. And jumping back to some more fun facts about Stephanie while we're waiting for her scores. She enjoys reading, art, backpacking, and snowboarding as hobbies outside of Taekwondo. A lot of snowboarders in our competition, competitors tonight. All right, and we see Stephanie's scores of 7.0 for Kumgang and then 7.17 overall for her final Poomsae score. And I think we can take a look at the standings. The standings are being, there's a little bit of a technical or visual blip right now, and I believe we do not have all 7 of our competitors so far in this list, but it is not that your scores have magically disappeared. It's a matter of fixing a little bit of a technical difficulty in showing the results right now. So we apologize for that little glitch, but we will be moving on to our last competitor of the night. Very exciting. We'll be welcoming Sylvia So to the mats and wrapping up these finals rounds with Sylvia's performance. All right, handing it over to the judges.
차렷. 예. 준비. 시작. 8호. Oh, sorry. Keep going. Sorry. 8호. Okay, let's restart. My mistake. Okay. 준비. 시작. 바로. 숍.
All right, that was Sylvia from Rutgers University, class of 2022. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for performing as our last competitor of these finals rounds for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae division. And Sylvia's accuracy score for Shipjin is coming in at 3.27. And it says in Sylvia's survey responses that she is currently in Korea. And if that is correct, that means it must be pretty early in the morning, or it must have been very early in the morning when she started off this tournament. So amazing job to Sylvia. Thank you so much. And her total score for Shipjin is coming in at 7.53. All right, and we'll be moving on to her next performance, which will be Kumgang.
준비. 시작. 바로. 숍.
All right, and that was Sylvia performing the last Kumgang for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae finals. Thank you so much to all of our competitors so far for really sticking it through and showing integrity and perseverance and indomitable spirit and amazing mastery on the mat so far as our judges input their final scores for Sylvia's Kungang as we speak. So some fun facts about or fun memories about Taekwondo that Sylvia would like to share about with us is, and I quote, suddenly not available for the remainder of the year, end quote. And I think that has something to do with a lot of classes and in-person events and sports and everything just being on pause or on just on a temporary hiatus for this past year. But as I've mentioned throughout the day, our athletes and all of our teams have showed incredible resilience throughout this year leading up to today. And we see that Sylvia's final scores for Kumgang has come in at 7.47 for a total, a final Poomsae score of 7.50. Let's take a look at the final results. And Sylvia has taken first place with that final performance. And we will like to read out our bronze medals through gold medal finalists in this division. So in fourth place, or we have 2 bronzes in the case of NCTA championships. So in with our bronze medalist, we have Haley Ra from Baruch College. And also in third place or bronze medal is Yerim Jong from University of Birmingham. In second place, for our silver medalist for this division is Elizabeth Zhao from MIT. And in first place for gold medal is Sylvia So from Rutgers University, who had competed from Korea all the way across the world. So congratulations to our bronze, silver, and gold medalists for the female collegiate black belt Poomsae division. And a big round of applause and a big thank you to Kira Kozar, Stephanie Kim, Destiny Nodars, and Tarim Yom, our finalists as our 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place finalists as well in this division. Amazing job to all competitors. Thank you so much to all of our athletes and our coaches and our judges and the tournament committee members for sticking it through this very long but wonderfully exciting day of seeing all of our athletes perform and giving it their best virtually. And we hope to see all of you in person even one day sooner to really feel the excitement that's going on the mats. And as a note, I believe our closing ceremonies will be held in Ring 2, which is another YouTube link. You can check out the NCTA website to see which YouTube link that is for Ring 2. And also the competition is still going on right now in Ring 2 as well. So if you are interested in cheering on the amazing athletes that are competing right there, that would be wonderful. We are just one note from our ringmaster that we need to confirm, double check on the results for the scores or a technical issue. I think just one moment actually to our athletes, if you could hold on tight. Thank you so much. Been going through a lot of overcoming many hurdles together today. So thank you again for your patience and for showing your integrity and perseverance throughout this day. I believe if I am reading the comments correctly, there are no differences or anything in the standings. It's just a matter of maybe the final scores being short, or like the value of the final score being a little bit off, maybe, but we are just double checking on that. So thank you again for your patience, but there's going to be Oh, no. Okay. If everyone can hang tight for one moment as the tournament committee members and judges just clarify and finalize the standings, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much again for your patience. Just a little bit more until we get everything wrapped up and finalized. All right, thank you so much again for your patience, everybody who is either still in the Zoom room or still watching on the YouTube live stream. We are back with the final results, double checked and confirmed by our judges and tournament coordinators. So again, going from fourth or two bronze, so we have two bronzes and then a silver and gold medalist for this female collegiate black belt Poomsae final. In third place, or our first bronze medalist is Haley Raw from Baruch College. Again, another bronze medalist is Elizabeth Zhao from MIT. And then our silver medalist in second place is Yerim Jong from University of Birmingham. And finally, our gold medalist in first place is Sylvia So from Rutgers University. So these are the final results for the female collegiate black belt division. And once again, a big congratulations to all athletes, all 8 finalists that have competed so up to the finals today in this division. And again, there was any confusion with the final scores and the standings showing a few moments earlier. We apologize for causing any confusion to the athletes and coaches and everybody involved. But if you can Also, if you have any questions or if you have any things that you would like to confirm, the YouTube stream will be available from now onwards for you to review as well. So you can definitely reference that as well at your own leisure. And we'll be reaching, the tournament committee will be reaching out to you about the standings as well in written format or on the website. So that should be all set. So once again, thank you everybody for joining us today. And I think the competition is still going on in Ring 2 or perhaps has already wrapped up and about to move on to closing ceremonies. But either way, if you're still interested in checking out the competition for the 2021 NCTA Live Online Spring Taekwondo Championships, please definitely go to Ring 2 on the YouTube live stream so they can check out the remaining competition and the closing ceremonies. So thank you again, everyone, and we wish you a wonderful night. And thank you again for a wonderful competition. Signing off now.